Visit usps.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
08-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850 WEEI, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Is Black and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Black and Adam Abdallah.
Welcome into Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. You can also listen to us on SiriusXM Channel 375 and all of our great radio affiliates around the country. I'm Chris Black along with Adam Abdallah, broadcasting live from Chicago. We'll be on the air today from noon until 3 Eastern, hanging out with you. And you can call us every day at 310-840-4910. You can also text that same number, 310-840-4910. NFL free agency kicked off yesterday, the legal tampering period, Abdallah. And I think there's one team that separated themselves from the rest of the pack. I think there's one specific team that had a great day yesterday. And I think when we look at the overall conversation, I've always thought there was an old adage in the NFL that if you're a big spender in free agency, usually that does not translate to wins the following season. Those who win free agency usually do not translate to big-time wins the next season. Although, in the last couple of years, we've seen teams go out and spend, be the team that didn't have a lot of wins the previous season, a lot of cap space, they spend the money, and look what we found the New England Patriots doing last season with a young quarterback spending a ton of cap space last year in the offseason, winning free agency, getting all the way to the Super Bowl. I would say the Chicago Bears kind of fit that same mold. Last season, spent wildly at the start of free agency, a winner of free agency, and they had a very successful season getting to the playoffs. And I think we can look in recent times that seems to be the case, that if you spend big in free agency on day one or day two, there is a chance that you could flip your season and all of a sudden be in contention. And I think one team specifically did that yesterday, and that team to me is the Tennessee Titans.
Oh.
I like what the Titans did yesterday, spending, they locked in 5 starters. I like the move, especially of John Franklin Myers, the defensive tackle in the middle. I think that's definitely going to help with Robert Saleh's defense. So I think Tennessee, spending big, they had a lot of cap space. I like what the Tennessee Titans did yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that they were going to, obviously. They go into the offseason with the most cap money out of any team. They had close to $100 million in cap space, and getting a new coaching staff with Robert Saleh coming in, bringing in Brian Daboll as a new offensive coordinator for Cam Ward, a young quarterback that you hope to get the most out of and develop into the next good young quarterback of that class, or the only quarterback of that class that you hope to kind of mold into the next big thing. And we kind of saw, you mentioned the blueprint.
Yeah.
2 years ago, it was the Washington Commanders that spent a bunch of money, young quarterback. Where did they end up? NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
Last year, you had the New England Patriots spend a bunch of money, young quarterback, new coaching staff. Where did they end up? AFC Championship game. I'm not saying that the Tennessee Titans are going to the AFC Championship game by any means. You've got a new coaching staff. You've got 2 new guys coming in. Both of them have been head coaches before. Robert Saleh was a head coach. Brian Daboll was a head coach. Both of them didn't work out. And now they both get to take over the Tennessee Titans. And you've got Daboll being the offensive coordinator to develop Cam Ward. But I do think all of these guys kind of brought in guys that they've either worked with before or are comfortable working with. The offensive weapons that they brought in, Wan'Dale Robinson, Daboll is familiar with. And I think once he gets to work with Cam Ward, it's going to be a match made in heaven for Cam Ward, because we saw what Daboll had success with Josh Allen. And I don't know if Cam Ward's going to be like Josh Allen. That's not the comparison. That I'm not going to put the ceiling is Josh Allen for Cam Ward. But when you just get to focus on the offense and your only focus is developing the quarterback, and we saw that when Robert Saleh can take a defense and flip it and spend money, like you mentioned, they went out and they got a couple cornerbacks. They got the defensive lineman in John Franklin Myers. you can flip a defense with money and draft picks and really turn it around. And they're not going to go to the AFC Championship game. We talked about how the Ravens got Max Crosby, how the Bills traded for DJ Moore. That's the class of the AFC. But I still think that the Titans can go from worst to first, can compete for a wild card spot in that division. I think that division's wide open, and I think the Titans definitely solidified themselves as a contender just in their division and can definitely take a step from being at the bottom of the barrel in that division and move up for sure.
See, and that's why there's two of us on this show. It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. If you want to text the show, you can text us at 310-840-4910. You can also call us at that number. Who won free agency yesterday? We'll take your phone calls here on Black and Abdallah. So I'm going to say that Tennessee won free agency yesterday. With that said, I'm not going to go over the top like Abdallah is, suggesting that they're going to be a contender. I think that this will take time. And I do like the hiring of Robert Saleh. I think he's a good head coach. And I just think that the way it worked out in New York with the Jets is that he is someone deserving of a second chance as a head coach in the National Football League. So, and it will take time with Cam Ward as well. I think there is a lot there to like with Tennessee. In their division, though, I like Jacksonville more, and I think Houston is not a team to kind of ignore in this situation. So when you say contender, I think we're still a year off of that. But what I was pointing to as we got this started 5 minutes ago here on Black and Abdallah is we have seen teams utilize the cap space, jumping from a team that wasn't expected to do anything. You lock in some starters that you spend for in free agency, and you find yourself as a competitive team in that following season. And that's why I listed off the Patriots from last year. I listed off the Bears from last year. You listed off the Commanders from a couple seasons ago. There are teams in recent history that have spent big in free agency and have had a high level of success in that following season, where I feel like years ago, it was always the teams that spent wildly on the first day of free agency were always mocked. Mm-hmm. And I even think that if you want to add that into the entire conversation, like, I'm not entirely out on what the Raiders did yesterday. The Raiders are spending big. They have the cap space. It's a fresh start for Clint Kubiak in that front office. So I think that when you see these young teams that have the cap space spending, I do think that it is something that maybe I have to adjust my expectations now, because we've seen it work now. I think one big thing that factors into all this is you have to have the quarterback. If you don't have a young quarterback, I think this entire conversation's washed, right? Like, if Miami is a team that's a big spender and they want to say that Malik Willis is their prize, and that's a part of their big spending, that ain't going to work.
Yeah.
News to Florida and South Beach, in South Miami. It's not going to work.
No.
But I will say, when you look at a team like the Titans, I think Cam Ward is their quarterback for the future. And you could sell me on the idea that the Raiders are setting their team up for Fernando Mendoza to be the face of their franchise and the future quarterback for that team as well. So theoretically, that would follow the blueprint that we've seen with the Commanders, with the Patriots, with the Bears. All three of those teams had quarterbacks from the same class. All three of those quarterbacks are really good. Young quarterbacks who are ascending. And I think that's the key, because if you see a team, like another team that spent pretty big yesterday, the New York Jets. The Jets spent, and a lot of people, all the different breakdowns on what the Jets did yesterday, people like what they did. They don't have a quarterback, though. No. So does it matter? Does it really matter when you're spending big in free agency if you don't have that young quarterback locked in?
No, and I think that that's the difference between, like, the Raiders spending and the Titans spending. The unknown of Fernando Mendoza. Like, we kind of know that Cam Ward has a floor. Like, we saw the floor towards the end of the season. We kind of know what he can be. We know what Brian Daboll has as far as developing quarterbacks, at least with Josh Allen. We know it didn't work out with Daniel Jones, and when Daniel Jones left and went to Minnesota for a little bit and worked with Kevin O'Connell, and then went to the Colts and had a great time with the Colts before he got injured. But we know that Brian Daboll has had success with the Bills. If you look right now at Tennessee's win total, it's 7.5 on DraftKings. If you look at Houston and Jacksonville, they're 9.5. It's not that much separated. So I think that that's looking at the quarterback, and that's looking at the moves that were made yesterday and saying, hey, they're a lot closer than people think. Vegas is still down at 5.5. Regardless of the moves that they make and, signing Tyler Linderbaum to a huge deal at center and a bunch of moves and spending a ton of money, the unknown of Fernando Mendoza is still there. If he comes in as a rookie and wins Rookie of the Year because he's this great quarterback, sure, they can go out and win a bunch of games and it's completely different, but it's still the unknown, just like the Jets. The Jets don't have a quarterback, 5.5 wins, because it's the unknown of not having a quarterback, and you can spend a ton of money, but if you don't know what you're doing at the most important position in the game, you're not going to have a high win total. No one's going to know what you're going to do, and you can take all your money and spend it however you're going to spend it. But if no one knows what you're going to do at quarterback, then it all kind of means nothing right now.
Yeah, and when we talk about the quarterbacks, there are a few players who are still out there that we don't know what's going to happen with them. Aaron Rodgers being one, and we'll talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers in just a moment. Kyler Murray's out there. We don't know the latest with Kyler Murray. Trey Hendrickson is waiting to land somewhere. Romeo Dobbs is out there still. Stephon Diggs still out there. So there's a lot of big names still yet to sign. The official free agency period begins 4 Eastern on Wednesday. So that's when, and what that means is teams can officially announce their signings. So that's tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. But when we look around the National Football League, another team that caught my eye, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and what they were able to do yesterday. Asante Samuel Jr. re-signs with the Steelers, and then also the trade for Michael Pittman Jr. from Indy to Pittsburgh. I know we don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers, but I like the way the Steelers are approaching this offseason.
Yeah, adding Michael Pittman Jr. and, trading for him and then signing him to an extension, I think is huge, because you add him on one side, you've got DK Metcalf on the other side, whoever is their quarterback, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, whether they sign Kyler Murray, whoever it ends up being, it adds to that offense. And then adding Asante Samuel, which is good. You re-sign your own player, and then you add Jamel Dean, which is good. And so I think you add a good running back at a good value too. 2 years, $12.5 million. I think that is a good value for a solid running back. That's at $6 million average between those 2 years. That's a solid offensive line. And if you can take some of the pressure off of Aaron Rodgers, who now has to face Max Crosby twice a year on the other side in the Baltimore Ravens and other solid defenses, I think that helps him maybe make his decision a little faster. Hey, we got you another wide receiver. Hey, we got you a solid running back. We've got a decent offensive line to protect you. Maybe this helps you maybe come in for a little bit of training camp. You've got another wide receiver to kind of get familiar with. Maybe come in earlier and help us out. If you're only going to play for one more year, come in and try to learn from these guys and help these guys out, so you're not screaming at them on the sideline in the middle of games.
Be a part of it. Yeah. Be a part of the team. Come on, Aaron Rodgers.
Because
let's go.
Here's the thing. When Aaron Rodgers is screaming at these wide receivers because they're running the wrong route or whatever in the middle of games in December and November, think about how he's not there for OTAs and how he's not helping them out in training camp, because he hasn't made his decision yet. If he makes his decision on Wednesday or today or something like that, and he shows up and he's helping them out and they're, throwing on the side, then all of that chemistry will be there. But if he's not, then he's got no excuse when they're not on the same page in November and December.
It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. You can call us at 310-840-4910. Like David in Houston on with Black and Abdallah. What's up, David?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm very excited. I'm very excited about the free agent training. The Pittsburgh Steelers picking up Pittman from Indianapolis. That's good for the Houston Texans, because they don't want to see Pittman twice a year. What do you think about C.J. Stroud, and is he going to bounce back this year? And also, what do you think about the Texans' free agent chances? I know they picked up David Montgomery. I know that, but are they going to do anything more than that?
Yeah, and thank you for the call, David. Appreciate it. There's David in Houston joining Black and Abdallah, and you can join the show at 310-840-4910. You can text the same number as well. You know, my thoughts on the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud is I'm not going to say he absolutely can't rebound, but it's a concerning trajectory going downward the last year and a half for C.J. Stroud. He is not the same player he was as a rookie in the NFL. And at some point, he's got to correct his mistakes. He holds on to the football too long, and when he's in the pocket, he's loose with it. And the fumbles are so concerning. The way he gave the football up that many times, what was it, 5 fumbles against the New England Patriots? And I get there's some weather. That's going to happen in the playoffs. But C.J. Stroud needs to be better, and we need to see him bounce back to what he was as a rookie.
So it'll be interesting. The Texans haven't officially picked up his option yet. They have until May to pick up his 5th-year option. You would assume that they would pick up that 5th-year option.
Yeah.
But again, it's about $26 million for that 5th-year option. So it's relatively inexpensive for a 5th-year option, but you don't really want to get to that point. So you want him to perform well so you can negotiate an extension beyond that 5th year. But they're going to have an interesting discussion to have if he doesn't rebound, because what has happened to CJ Stroud is he played insanely well his rookie year and just continued to regress and regress and regress. And that is a championship level defense. That defense is ready to go to the Super Bowl and win now. But the problem is CJ Stroud just is not and continues to play worse and worse every single year.
Yeah, it's really surprising because we've seen so many young quarterbacks take a step each and every season as they kind of develop. And to see someone like backslide, like were we all crazy? Were we all missing what took place his rookie season? He was awesome as a rookie.
And if your defense gets better, you should be getting better because they should be propping you up to get better.
Yeah, it's Buck and Dollar here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. So yesterday in free agency, I think Tennessee won. I think they won the day. What the hell are the Raiders doing? We'll talk about that next. The tournament is coming. 64 teams, buzzer beaters, bracket busters, upsets nobody saw coming.
This year, DraftKings is giving you a free shot at $1 million with a free-to-play survivor pool. Pick one team each day of the tournament. If they win, you move on. If they lose, you're out.
Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code B&A for Black and Abdallah. That's right, B&A to enter the free survivor pool and your shot at $1 million. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. 21 plus, 18 plus in D.C., Kentucky, New Hampshire, and Wyoming. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. One free entry per customer. Must enter prior to tip-off. $1 million prize split if multiple winners. Terms dkng.co/mania survivor pool. No colleges or universities or the NCAA are affiliated with this promotion.
Kenneth Walker is headed to Kansas City. The Super Bowl MVP teams up with Patrick Mahomes and the returning Travis Kelce. With Walker at running back, are the Chiefs now Super Bowl favorites? Westwood One Sports.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, "After hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today!" Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words "switch today" in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50%. Thanks, James.
Presented by Robinhood.
It crosses.
spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it. Spring is right around the corner, and the Home Depot is here to help you bring your home to life with savings on indoor and outdoor plants. Visit your local Home Depot Garden Center for tips, inspiration, and helpful guidance with everything from hydrangeas to herb gardens. Our stores are stocked with plants that thrive in your region, so you can keep things lush and blooming all season long. Get ready for spring with savings on our wide selection of indoor and outdoor plants only at the Home Depot. Product varies by store. See store for details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group. America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI.
This is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
The Raiders start off this week and over the weekend by trading Max Crosby to the Baltimore Ravens, and they made a bunch of signings yesterday. One of those signings made Adam Abdallah, my partner here, stand up from the desk, take his headphones off, and take a lap around the studio. Tyler Lindenbaum signing with the Raiders, 3 years, $81 million. It's the highest contract given out to an interior lineman offensively in NFL history. So that was yesterday for that deal. Jalen Naylor, he signs with the Raiders. You have also a couple of Quay Walker signs. Nakobe Dean signs with the Raiders. The Raiders had a lot of cap space, and they're spending it here in this offseason. So the question is this. Bleck and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports. What are the Raiders doing? I think my opinion and my thought on this is that they are setting this team up to draft this quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, with the number 1 pick. And they're not going to be bad next season. They're going to be okay, but they're in a tough division. And the sights are on 2 years from now being a team that's actually competitive, which is shocking because we have not seen the Raiders be a competitive football team, a competitive product for what, 10 years? More? 15 years? When was the last time? The last time the Raiders were competitive, Tom Brady was trying to tuck a football in the snow as Charles Woodson's trying to put the hit on him. I mean, think about how long ago that game was where they lost to the Patriots on that game, that snowy game in Foxborough. Yeah. It's been that long since the Raiders have been good. So I think that's what they're trying to do. What are the Raiders doing right now?
Well, the Raiders are an embodiment of Las Vegas themselves. You have a lot of money, you go to Vegas, and you waste all of that money when you're there.
You don't gamble responsibly when you're in Las Vegas?
No, you're not even gambling responsibly. You're going to the club, and a bottle that would normally cost you $19.99 at a store is now costing you $400. And that's what you're doing. You spent $400 on a center when you could just go to your local grocery store and get it for $19.99 plus tax. Like, that's what you're doing. And that's exactly what the Raiders do. They're paying Vegas prices for things that you could just get anywhere else for normal prices. And because they're the Raiders, when you're bad, you have to pay extra to get players to come to your team because they know you're going to be bad. And you can say they're going to be competitive. And I'm looking at their opponents, and I can tell you they're not going to be competitive because I'm looking, their division is good. Like, their division is always going to be stacked because the AFC West is always going to be stacked. You've got the Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs, always going to be stacked. They also have to play the Bills, the Rams, the Seahawks, the Patriots, the 49ers. Like, they have to play.
That sounds like a last place schedule.
Yeah, that sounds like, exactly. Yeah. Okay, yeah, they have to play.
I'm being sarcastic. That does not sound like a last place schedule.
Like, the Jets and Browns are thrown in, the Dolphins are thrown in there too, but like, okay, their win total is set at 5.5 for a reason. They're also breaking in a rookie quarterback who, he might be the number 1 overall pick, but at the same time, welcome to the NFL real fast. So you have to sometimes go out and overspend, and you have a lot of money. So they're spending it. And sure, you're building for the future. And I don't have a problem with what they're doing, because if you look at the way that they're spending and looking at the breakdown of the Tyler Linderbaum contract, the money, that the way this is working out, and a lot of it is up front. And a lot of it is this year.
Yeah.
And then it breaks down to where next year they have more flexibility. The third year they have more flexibility, and it's only a 3-year deal. So after that, they can move on. They can re-sign him. He can reset the market. He can go somewhere else and get more money. This isn't a financially crippling deal, and they're not paying a quarterback an exorbitant amount of money. So in the moment when you look at that amount of money, that's a lot of money for a center. But when you look at the years and how the money shakes out per year, it's fine. But when you're the Raiders,
you're coming around on it now.
I'm not coming around on it. I'm not coming around. Fine is not.
Said it's fine.
Fine is not coming around on it.
You're coming around on it.
Fine is, but they are the Raiders. This is everything about the Raiders epitomizes Vegas. They are what Vegas is, and part of it is overspending on everything.
Yeah, but on the defensive side, though, I think you could look, you add 2 linebackers who are going to be good players, and you look at the way that this team is trying to build. Like, I get the vision. I get having Quay Walker with the team, 3-year, $40 million. Nakobe Dean, 3-year, $36 million. Like, I think both of those linebackers are going to be good players for the Raiders. Their defense was awful last year. Mm-hmm. So, I also think you and I will fundamentally disagree on the Lindenbaum signing, because I value a center being able to help a rookie quarterback. You have been stuck yesterday, for those who weren't with us yesterday, you were stuck on the fact that the Raiders were spending that much money for a offensive lineman that was not a tackle, and specifically not a left tackle. I understand. It's a lot of money for what you could argue the best center in football.
Yeah.
And I think having the comfort of one of the best centers in football locked in with a rookie quarterback, that is worth overpaying for.
Okay.
So I think we will fundamentally disagree on that because I don't actually have a problem with the Raiders signing Lindenbaum for that contract because now he solidifies the interior of the offensive line. He's the one that's going to be making the calls and the protections and helping out Fernando Mendoza, who, by the way, is not a young quarterback. This is not a kid that played 1 year of college football. He's played a lot of college football coming into the NFL.
Yeah.
Like that's where we've seen some of these young players get to the league. And they are, it's like a sink or swim situation. They usually sink because they have not had the experience of playing enough football. Mendoza is a player who has played a lot of football. And sure, my thought on his ceiling may not be Joe Burrow or Trevor Lawrence or Caleb Williams, but I do think Mendoza will be a good quarterback. I think he'll be a good quarterback in the NFL. And having the relationship with Lindenbaum and a rookie quarterback, I think is very important when you're starting this from nothing. The Raiders are building from essentially nothing. So I don't have a problem with it. I think it's a good signing for the Las Vegas Raiders.
My point is...
they're not going to regret giving that money to Lindenbaum. That's not the case.
I understand. They might not regret this contract. My point is that when I'm building an offensive line for a young quarterback, I want guys that I know are going to be here for 10 years. And I don't see Linderbaum being here on that kind of money for 10 years. I want to draft guys. I want to sign guys onto contracts that are going to be useful to me for 10 years. And when it comes to giving a center that much money, when it comes time to re-sign him, he's only going to want more. And no. I get this. I get that.
Sounds like the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I understand that you say that. I understand that you say that.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's fine. You can say that. But when it comes time to pay an edge rusher, they just had to trade one. When it comes time to repay your court to extend, let's say Fernando Mendoza is great, okay? We're talking about the next $70 million quarterback and then the next $80 million quarterback. And then we're talking about the $85 million quarterback. You're not going to be able to afford a $30 million center when you're paying your quarterback $80 million. You're just not. There are more premium positions on your offensive line, on your defensive line than center. And paying your center the most money on your offensive line is ridiculous. It just is.
Your premise that because you give him this contract today, he's going to come back in 3 years and want more.
No,
that's free agency for every player in the National Football League.
I understand that.
Especially if they play well. Like I think, and that's a perfect kind of conversation piece in relation to why is Trey Hendrickson still sitting there on the open market? The reason is it's likely he priced himself out.
Of course.
We saw edge rushers yesterday get max money. A lot of money for guys. Phillips with Carolina. We saw all over the NFL big edge rushers get big contracts. You know, we're talking like 30 mil a year, if not more, 35 a year. And Trey Hendrickson thinks of himself as that player from a couple of years ago. He is no longer that player. Therefore, he's not going to get that deal.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're worried about Lindenbaum at some point wanting more money, at some point he won't be that good.
Okay.
And so they won't give him that money.
Okay, but he's also only like 24 years old, 25 years old. My point is that when it comes time to resign...
would you be more comfortable if they gave him like an 8-year contract?
No, I would be more comfortable if they didn't sign him, they signed another center or drafted a center to develop along with Fernando Mendoza and someone that's going to be around and to be with Fernando Mendoza for the next decade, like he is going to be the future of the franchise with the Raiders. That's what I'd be more comfortable with. You want someone that's going to be, talk about chemistry with Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
I would say odds are Linderbaum's not here in 3 years.
That might be.
Okay, then why? Then why is he here?
But
then you got to get a new center.
You get the plane off the ground.
Okay.
Get it up in the air and you fly.
And then what?
You let the kid take over.
And then your pilot's jumping out.
No, the pilot's there.
No, your pilot's jumping out. Nope, your pilot's jumping out.
No, Linderbaum is not the pilot.
Yes,
the pilot is the quarterback. Quarterback is the pilot in this analogy. No analogy in football would put the pilot as the center.
The center's calling out all the stuff.
Yeah, he's there. Air traffic control.
Oh, who's the guy doing the hand thing when you're landing?
This isn't an aircraft carrier. They don't do that at major airports.
They to the gate.
With the little with the with the lights.
Yeah, you got to put that window up when you land, buddy. You're sleeping. You're snoozing with the little neck pillow. You got your headphones in. You got your hoodie up. You're doing a little snooze.
Those are the kickers.
You're taking half a Xan.
Those guys are the kickers.
Till you land.
Those are the guys. Those are the kickers on the team.
Okay.
The guys who are waving the plane to dock so you can get off to deboard the plane. Those guys, the kickers. No offense to those great, hardworking Americans. You're the kickers of the squad. That's what you are.
Those guys are listening to us right now. They've got those big headphones on.
I know
so they can not hear the plane, so they don't blow out their ears. And secretly, they've got earbuds, and they're listening to Bleckett Abdallah on Westwood One right now. And you just offended all of them.
If you think Abdallah is crazy, text us at 310-840-4910 because his thought on this, as if the concern here with Lindenbaum signing with the Raiders is because he'll want more money in the future, is one of the craziest things I've ever heard of in my life. I think the Raiders did a good job yesterday. I thought it was a nice
I'm not saying that they did
free agency. We just spent the start of the show talking about teams that were bad spending big, and it turns around. What if 2 years from now, the Raiders are a competitive team? We'll look back to yesterday saying, hey, remember when they got Lindenbaum for that big contract? They got the linebackers. They got a receiver. They're doing things. They draft a quarterback in the draft. This was the offseason that turned the ship.
Come here.
No, I'm not. I'm going to stay over here. Don't have me lean towards you so you can hit me in the head.
Come here.
All right, here. I'm going to move towards you.
Come here. It's the Raiders, buddy.
Well, yeah,
They're not gonna be. You got Justin Herbert. You got Patrick Mahomes. You got Bo Nix in that division. Let's not get giggly with this little Raiders thing we got going on here. Okay. That's not going to happen.
Well, I agree with you on that. It's Bleckett Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Did Trey Hendrickson price himself out of a spot in free agency? Why is he still out there waiting? We'll talk about that next.
We are in the heart of free agency. This is the week that will shape your team's NFL season. Who will they add? Who will they lose? Follow every signing, surprise cut, and blockbuster trade as it happens on Westwood One Sports.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Empowered. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
You know that thing where you get an amazing pair of shoes at a really great price and want to tell everyone about it? Yeah, so do we. Here at Designer Shoe Warehouse, we'll give you something to brag about, like the latest styles from brands you love, or the trends everyone's obsessing over, or shoes that make you feel like, well, you. So go ahead, show off a little. Find shoes that get you at prices that get your budget. Head to your DSW store or DSW.com today. DSW. Let us surprise you.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group. America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850 WEEI.
Is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
In about 15 minutes, we will go to Kansas City. We'll talk to Soren Petro from Sports Radio 810. We'll get an update on the Kansas City Chiefs. They signed Kenneth Walker yesterday. Travis Kelce back in the mix for the Chiefs. What's the offseason look like for Kansas City? We'll do that in about 15 minutes here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Chris Bleck along with Adam Abdallah. I asked people on our text line, Abdallah, 310-840-4910, are you crazy for your assessment of the Raiders signing Lindenbaum to the big contract that they signed? I think it's a good deal for the Raiders. We have people responding, many from the Chicagoland area trying to support Adam Abdallah.
Shout out.
We have 773. They say that they agree with Abdullah. Close. He almost got it.
Shout out.
Shout out. Paulo from Chicago says he agrees with Abdallah as well.
Shout out.
Abdallah's right. So there are people responding. It seems like they're all people you know.
How about this
responding
one?
Responding to the text line.
How about this one? An 812. Don't know where that is. I'll Google it in a second.
You can look it up.
I think the Raiders signing Taylor Linderbaum is an okay signing. I think they paid him that much to hit their payroll floor. So a desperation signing, if you ask me. But saying it's okay is agreeing with me that it's just fair. It's okay. It's fine.
Shout out to those listening in southern Indiana.
Bang.
The 812.
812.
812. So if you want to join the show, jump in. You can also call us at that same number, 310-840-4910. Did Trey Hendrickson price himself out? Why is he still available? Many teams still need a pass rusher. He's a very good pass rusher. But does he want too much money? Did he price himself out?
This is exactly what he did last year with Cincinnati. This is supposedly what he did the year before with Cincinnati. This is what he is now known for. He wants over $30 million a year. And I don't know if he's going to get that. Okay, perfect example. We're talking about Linderbaum here.
Yeah.
And he wanted upwards of $25 million a year. And very quickly, through the work of his agent or whatever, the legal tampering period, realized, I'm not going to get that. So signed with the Raiders for slightly under $25 million per year.
It was still a record deal.
It's still whatever.
Yeah.
Regardless, didn't wait for it, just knew what the market was for himself, realized that teams weren't going to give him $25 million, and got what his market was from the Raiders. He went to the highest bidder, and the Raiders were willing to pay him what he got. And so now Trey Hendrickson is sitting out there, and we talked about how the Cowboys have cleared a bunch of cap space by reworking the deals of CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott and a few other players. They've cleared a bunch of cap space. They have room to add a player at a certain amount of money, not $30 million, because what you have to realize is that just because you have $30 million worth of space, the draft is still there. You have to re-sign some of your own players. Like, you still have to have, you also have to have a cushion for injuries. So in case you have to sign other players off the scrap heap and you know, practice squad players and other. What if you have to call Phillip Rivers? Well, you never know what's going to happen. So you have to.
It's an expensive phone call.
Exactly. So you have to just have these options available during the season. So you can't just say, well, I have $30 million available. Let me call up Trey Hendrickson. That's not how it works. So it seems as right now, no one wants to offer Trey Hendrickson $30 million.
Yeah, I mean, Danielle Hunter got $40 mil a year. Jalen Phillips got $30 mil a year. And Hendrickson wants at least $30 mil a year. I don't know if he's that type of player, but if you're a team that needs that position, all you have to do is spend it. And he is going to sign with that team. It's Blocking Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports. So let's name Trey Hendrickson as we're waiting for him to sign somewhere as our Defensive Player of the Week, brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Earlier today, Adam Schefter was on ESPN television updating the latest with Trey Hendrickson.
He's been in contact with a number of teams right now. The issue, I think, is this. You see the Houston Texans go out and give Danielle Hunter a $40 million a year extension. You see yesterday the Carolina Panthers shock the NFL and give Jalen Phillips $30 million a year. Trey Hendrickson sees himself in the company of those kinds of players. And so you would think that there would be a corresponding contract in that vicinity. But if there's not a team out there that's willing to give you $40 or $30 million, sometimes it takes a player a little bit of time to understand how the market works like that and to accept that just because Danielle Hunter might get 40, you might not get 40. Just because Jalen Phillips gets 30 doesn't mean you get 30. And so right now he's talking to a bunch of teams, but nobody has met his price just yet. And he's a very strong-minded, prideful person. He wants to get his price, and until he feels like he does, he's not willing to compromise on that.
So that was Adam Schefter earlier today. And what I'm laughing at here in the studio is it reminds me of, we all have the friend who's been single for a very long time. Nice guy, right? Nice guy. Great guy, right? When you meet someone and they say they're single, you say, hey, he's great. He's the best.
The best.
But then when you ask him who he thinks he should be dating, he's listing off like A-list celebrities.
Yeah.
Margot Robbie,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like he's giving you top of the top. Jessica Alba,
Mm-hmm.
right? She's in the news recently, right? She's out there gambling. Did you see the photos
With
out
Joe
there?
Burrow.
With Joe Burrow
Yeah.
with his long flowing hair.
Yeah.
How about that? Isn't she married? Either way, we all have the friend who the friend's been single for a long time.
Yeah.
And the expectations are set sky high. And you want to say, like, good for you. I'm glad you want top tier in your life.
That math doesn't math, though.
But sometimes if you want to be happy, maybe you got to take a step back and reassess your situation.
We're not saying settle.
No, never settle.
We're just saying.
Never settle.
We're
But
just saying.
I feel like we all have someone in our life who could maybe just use a little reality check every once in a while.
Yeah, and look, the difference here is...
And that's where I feel like the Trey Hendrickson, and when you hear Schefter explain it that way, that's what this Hendrickson situation sounds like to me, is that he just needs an adjustment of what he is currently as an NFL player.
Well, and Danielle Hunter is 31. He also only signed a 1-year deal. It's 1 year, $40 million, a $30 million signing bonus, and that's the fully guaranteed part. And Jalen Phillips is 26. Like if Trey Hendrickson is coming in at 30 years old and wants a 3 or 4 year deal at $30 million a year, I'm not paying you $30 million when you're 33 years old. Like, I'm just not doing it. So you need to reconfigure your expectations and come down to maybe 25 or 24, whatever it is. And it might be the Cowboys that end up signing him because they have the most cap space available. I don't know if he cares. I don't know if he's wants to go to a contender and that's what matters to him, or if he's like Myles Garrett and is just like, whoever's going to give me the most money, I don't care if we lose 17 games or if we go to a championship. I just want the most money possible. Whoever can clear it, just sign me.
You can call us at 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910, Black and Abdallah. We go to Ray in Chicago. You're on with Black and Abdallah. What's up, Ray?
Hey, gentlemen. Happy Tuesday. How you guys doing?
Happy Tuesday,
Hello,
man.
Ray.
Hey, Adam, I love the welcoming voice every time, but I still love you, buddy.
Thank you.
I was like, hello, Ray. But hey, I'm actually going to side with you. I'm going to side with you, Adam, and I think this carries over to the Trey Hendrickson. What the Raiders did was smart. Right? They got a good center, kind of like what we did last year with Dahlman for Caleb. What the Raiders did that messed everything up, they reset the market paying the center what they paid him. There was no need to pay him that much money. So now moving forward, the next center or even watch that O-line guards, they're going to start to expect a lot more money. So the Raiders just messed up and kind of reset the market. And I think with Trey Hendrickson, the signing of with the gentleman you just talked about, the end from Philly, I think he got paid probably more. Yeah, Phillips, he got paid more than he should have. Production-wise, Trey Hendrickson is better. I know he's older. I wouldn't want to pay him $30 million. I think he would have been like 24 to 28 a year. But I think there's been a couple signings so far where they reset the market. Even the running back from Seattle, what he got signed for, I was like, wow. So I think that's what happened so far yesterday. So again, I agree with Adam. They overpaid. They overpaid for the guy, but they just messed up the market moving forward. But as you know, I love you guys. I'll hang up and listen to what you think. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ray. Thanks for
Ray.
the phone call. You can join us at 310-840-4910. It's Black and Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. So what do you think? Did they mess up the market for everyone else?
I don't. It depends. I don't know if there's another center that's going to be a free agent in the next few years that's of Linderbaum's caliber. Like, he was of a certain caliber, and the Ravens didn't want to pick up his 5th-year option because the NFL doesn't recognize centers as like a separate offensive line position.
Yeah.
They kind of put them in the same categories as guards, as interior linemen. So he was going to get this enormous cap hit if they picked up his 5th-year option. So that's why they said, no, thank you. And it came back to hurt them, obviously, because they let him go. What's weird is he was available. That's the weird part, is that normally good offensive linemen of Linderbaum's ilk aren't available because you re-sign those guys. You find ways to keep good offensive linemen because it is so hard to keep offensive linemen. We talked about the Chargers. They had 30 different offensive line combinations throughout the year, and they couldn't keep Justin Herbert healthy and upright throughout the season. And that's what eventually did them in. You look at Joe Burrow and what Cincinnati's doing, and they can't keep him healthy. They've got one of the worst offensive lines in the league since he's been drafted because they keep spending on wide receivers and all these other positions and not spending on keeping Joe Burrow healthy. And that's what's led to them not making the playoffs and not winning any championships.
One of the big moves from yesterday is the signing of Kenneth Walker with the Kansas City Chiefs. And we'll continue talking about the Raiders' moves. If you want to join us, you can call us at 310-840-4910. But you and I both looked at the Kenneth Walker move, and we questioned it yesterday with Kansas City. Travis Kelce is back. You have Kenneth Walker signing from Seattle with the Chiefs. What's the plan for the Kansas City Chiefs? That is definitely something that we discussed yesterday. And we also kind of were trying to figure out, of all of the different teams in the AFC, where do you stack the Kansas City Chiefs now? Because I don't know if they're a title favorite to get to the Super Bowl. We'll talk with Soren Petro coming up next from Sports Radio in Kansas City on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One Sports.
Clones, listen up. Not all beef jerky is the same. In fact, there are major differences in quality from one brand to the next. Old Trapper is a better way to snack, chock full of good protein to satisfy your manliest hunger cravings. Every bite is better for you and higher in essential protein than chips, sugar-filled energy bars, and candy. Old Trapper in the Clearview bag is the world's finest jerky, made with only the best ingredients. So ask for Old Trapper by name because no other jerky compares. Old Trapper, what's your beef?
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey, want a cookie? Oh, I know you just ate, so you're craving something a little sweet. Besides, one cookie isn't gonna kill you. How about half? Just a bite? Bite it. Bite it. Bite it.
Food noise isn't fair, but Mochi Health is. Your affordable GLP-1 source that puts you on a path to successful weight loss by quieting food noise.
Bite it.
Shh. Learn more at joinmochi.com. Mochi members have access to licensed physicians and nutritionists. Results may vary.
Before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the PrizePicks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on PrizePicks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500 $100,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet. AM 850 WEEI. Rob Bradford.
It's a spectacular Tuesday afternoon in Fort Myers, Florida. JetBlue Park and the Boston Red Sox are back in spring training action this afternoon with Sonny Gray on the mound. The Sox welcome the Detroit Tigers, who bring a lot of their everyday players with manager A.J. Hinch here to Southwest Florida. The world is still buzzing here at Fenway South about all that happened last night in the World Baseball Classic. Roman Anthony, Jarren Duran, Brian Bayo, Garrett Whitlock, all in the spotlight. With Rob Bradford, we will discuss all of that, but we will focus on Sonny Gray's second spring training start this afternoon for the Sox. When we return to beautiful Florida, lineups and the first pitch right after this on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, Rhode Island. Keep it real with the Ballybet Casino app. You can play with real dealers plus win real cash. It's got hundreds of slots you can play on your phone when you're out on the go or hanging at home. Just download the app. If you're 21, tap the Ballybet tile and fire up the fun. Play blackjack, baccarat, even roulette. Real dealers, real money, real fun. Ballybet. Must be 21 plus, Rhode Island only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-9-GAMBLE. Ballybet Casino.
Download it. Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Emma Grade, host of Aspire with Emma Grade, a podcast where I sit down with people who don't just dream big, they build big. From culture-shaping voices like Mel Robbins to leaders redefining success like Tracy Ellis Ross to game-changing entrepreneurs like Mark Cuban. Aspire is about mindset, ambition, and doing the work that actually moves the needle. If you're ready to raise your standards and take charge about the life and career you're building, Aspire is where you start. Follow and listen to Aspire with me, Emma Grade, and Odyssey podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lineup cards have been exchanged. It could not be more pleasant. It's warm, dare I say balmy in Southwest Florida. The Red Sox and the Detroit Tigers, along with Rob Bradford, Will Fleming, and Sonny Gray's about to leap across that third base chalk line and make his second appearance for the Red Sox in spring training. And here he comes with Carlos Narvaez. Rob, we'll get to the lineups in a moment.
But I think a lot of the early portion of our broadcast, while we focus on Sonny Gray, is going to be a reflection on what happened last night in the World Baseball Classic, where the Red Sox absolutely shone the brightest of any team in all of Big League Baseball. Roman Anthony, Jarren Duran, Garrett Whitlock. Earlier in the day, Brian Bayo was great. And yes, these spring games matter for health and preparation. But most of all, it looks like the Red Sox may have some real stars ready to take off this season.
As Alex Cora said earlier this morning, the Red Sox should get the MVP for organizations getting their players ready for the WBC, and it's hard to argue that. I mean, it's one right after the other. It started with Massa, then it went to Nate Eaton hitting the home run off of Tarek Skubal, and then obviously what Roman Anthony's done, what Jarren Duran did, and Brian Bayo. And the great thing about it, Will, is that there's things that are happening that we can directly link to that might impact what we see with the regular season. In terms of Bayo attacking hitters, in terms of Duran making the throw from right field, and in terms of Roman Anthony being really, really good.
He's pretty good at baseball. Yeah. And Duran, the left-on-left home runs. We'll play some audio from Roman, from Alex Cora throughout the broadcast. This is Tarek Skubal's Tigers who are here today. Of course, the Sox saw them the last series of the regular season. Both went into the playoffs. Today, A.J. Hinch brings some regulars. Parker Meadows leads off. He's in center field. Then Kevin McGonigal, who other than Connor Griffin is the number 2 prospect, maybe number 1A in all of baseball. Fun to see him. He's the shortstop. Matt Vierling in left field. Then Wencel Perez is in right field and cleans up. Riley Green, the DH. Trey Cruz is at third base, switch hitter batting 6th. Then Jace Young at first base batting 7th. Jake Rodgers catches, and he is in the 8-hole. And then Max Anderson is the second baseman, and he bats 9th. We'll get you the Red Sox lineup right before they swing it. I've never seen that before in my life. The home plate umpire is practicing calling balls and strikes as Sonny Gray gets through. He's drawn the straight lines from each side of the rubber toward home plate. He is a unique individual, Rob. What are you looking for, obviously, beyond the need to just stay healthy today from Sonny Gray?
Yeah, the need to stay healthy, but also just throwing strikes. And it'd be interesting always. It's always interesting talking to Sonny, but after, okay, what are you working on? What are you prioritizing? He actually had a chance to play in the WBC for Team USA, but he wanted to prioritize being around his staff, being around his new team, and a big part of that was getting the language and working on the things that he really wanted to work on.
Well, that will endear him very much to his new club, and Andrew Bailey has been so impressed with the way that Sonny goes about his business. Out of that modified wind, he takes a short step towards first. He comes home, and the first pitch of the ballgame looked very good, but was called a ball, like a cut fastball at 92 miles an hour. We get underway at 1:06 p.m., and it's 87 degrees in southwest Florida. Understand, spring has sort of sprung back in New England. 1-0 to the left-handed hitting Parker Meadows. There's a strike, 92 miles an hour on the corner, and it's 1-1. He's got a four-seamer, cutter, sinker, changeup. Sonny does a lot of different things with a baseball. Ultimate veteran. The 1-1 is a curveball that's bounced foul on the first base side. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Sonny Gray made his first spring appearance for the Red Sox over at Hammond Stadium. That was almost 2 weeks ago on February the 28th. The 1-2 is in the dirt. And a sweeper missed, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Rob, you start hearing reports of this guy's impact in the pitcher's room. They had Chapman last year, Crochet. He's become a real leader for some of the young arms back there.
And how meticulous he is with every single thing he does. You can see that around his locker right there. You mentioned on the mound, you have 2 lines. The pathway to the plate.
I've never seen that. The 2-2 swing and a miss. The pathway guided him home there. A curveball fanned upon, and good start for Sonny, 1 away. It could be so hard this time of year, Robin. This is only his second appearance, but Alex Cora made this point early in camp. This dude is on his own plan. He's on the veteran track. He can do whatever he wants. We know that he'll put himself in a position to be ready to go by the time opening day arrives.
Yeah, and again, I find it very interesting that he passed on the WBC.
I do too. Here's Kevin McGonigal. A curveball misses down, and Tarek Skubal made the, in his words, heart-wrenching decision to leave Team USA. Skubal, I think most people would agree, is the best pitcher in baseball. He was sort of toying with the idea about whether to stick around and try to pitch in the championship game. The 1-0 is a strike. on the outside corner to Kevin McGonigal. We'll talk a lot about him. He is, by most accounts, right there with Connor Griffin as the best prospects in all of baseball, and they think he's going to make their opening day roster. He is that talented left-handed hitter. 1-1 pitch. Curveball high. Sonny lost the grip on that one. You see it in all the reactions, including last night between the USA and Mexico, how much these games, that setting, mean to the players who put that USA jersey on. And Tarek said when he headed back to Lakeland, he still hates himself for making that decision. 2-1 from Gray. Foul ball, a fastball. It was a cutter up at the letters. McGonigal could not quite catch up to it.
William Contreras was the latest who came out and said that the WBC, in his mind, there was more pressure in those games than anything you have in MLB.
I do think it means a lot of different things, especially to the Latin countries. The 2-2 pitch is a little broken bat, skied fly into shallow right field. Braden Ward coming on. He dives and makes the play. Loses his hat as he tumbles head over heels. And just like that, they're two away. Nice play by Braden Ward.
It's interesting. Speaking of the WBC, Will, we talk about who are the benefactors of the players not being here. Well, we're seeing that with Braden Ward. Yeah, it's one thing to actually go to Braden Ward, to go to Lakeland, go to Clearwater, to have Braden Ward play here. But no, the last 2 days, Braden Ward has started in the outfield at JetBlue Park with the regulars, and that's because Roman Anthony, Masahiro Yoshida aren't here.
Well, he's really shown out on the base pass at the batter's box. Here is Matt Vierling, right-handed hitter, against Sonny Gray with 2 down. The pitch is a little bit low. Fastball 93, and it is a ball and no strikes. I hear what William Contreras is saying. I understand the emotions of these players, and it just underscores that these games down there all over the world mean so very much. The 1-0 is a little bit high and tight. Sonny tried a sinking fastball. He missed to Vierling, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Just a thrilling game last night between the United States and Mexico. Roman Anthony hit one off the second deck in right field. Jarren Duran, 2 home runs off lefties. The 2-0 is a high fastball from Sonny Gray, and it's 3-0. And then, of course, Garrett Whitlock comes on and closes the game and gets the save.
Yeah, and it's only going to amp up from here. We have some good ones coming up. You have USA against Italy tonight. You have Venezuela against Dominican tomorrow.
And that game has huge implications for the next round. The 3-0 is a strike. Both those teams have qualified. The loser will face Japan, who had sort of a hard-fought win today. Murakami, new White Sox acquisition, hit a big grand slam. 3-1, 2 down in the top of the first. The pitch, swinging a foul by Matt Vierling on the third base side. And it's a full count.
What's interesting, Will, is that we talk about the WBC players being thrown in and having to play a lot of innings at an intense level. And it's a good thing and a bad thing, right? I mean, maybe these players might not be ready for it, but then you have a guy like Brian Bayo, who you have 5 innings of intense baseball, and he came out of it probably a better pitcher than when he went in.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has shown some of that in his young career. The 3-2, strike 3 called, top of the zone, and Sonny Gray punctuates the 1-2-3, top of the first. Bookended strikeouts. Tigers go down in order. For the Red Sox in the bottom of the first, Christian Campbell, Trevor Story, and Marcelo Myers. Scoreless from JetBlue on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
I'm Sally Helm with the podcast History This Week. In each episode, we serve as your eyes and ears into history's biggest events, major elections, world wars, scientific breakthroughs. But we also bring you into the smaller, behind-the-scenes stories, the unsung heroes, secret meetings, even personal grudges that changed the course of history. Listen to and follow History This Week, an Odyssey podcast in partnership with the History Channel. Available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
Hi, this is Marcelo Meyer. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Christian Campbell to lead it off as we go to the bottom of the first inning. Right-hander Ty Madden for the Tigers as a fastball into Christian on the inside corner. That is strike one. Along with Rob Bradford and Doug Lane and Alvaro Hernandez in the Jet Blue booth, I'm Will Fleming. As Joe Braverman, our executive producer back at WEEI, the 0-1. Campbell, a little broken bat blooper into shallow center field. That's a base hit. He got a curveball off the end of the bat, and it dumps in for a hit. Before Trevor Story bats, here's what Alex Cora said about how proud he is of the job his guys are doing in the WBC.
We want to be a good defensive team. Willie has played great in left field too. So we prepare them to the tournament, and I don't know, if you're going to give an MVP to an organization to prepare their guys and execute in the tournament, give it to us because they're freaking amazing. All of them that have been great.
They really have been great. And you can only imagine what Alex was feeling last night watching those games as Trevor Story digs in to the right-handed box. He takes a fastball high for ball one. I mean, Rob, it's not just that they're contributing. They're doing it in breathtaking ways. I mean, Massa hitting majestic home runs. Anthony jumps off the page every time he takes the field. And maybe Duran has made the biggest statement of them all. It's 1-0. Story takes outside. And, Rob, we saw that here in camp. Duran was red hot. He was blasting everything, and he's just carried that into the WBC.
Yeah, it's interesting. To your point, there are so many of these guys, but what Cora initially said, he's like, yeah, Giovanni Moran, he was really good.
2-0 pitch is popped on the first base side, foul of the bag. The Tiger first baseman is Jace Jung, and he's got it just in front of their dugout. He makes the play, and there's one down.
Of course, the reason for that is Giovanni Moran is playing for Team Puerto Rico.
Yeah, well, he's always a little angled in that direction.
Yeah, but it's it'll be interesting. I wonder if Cora, we didn't ask him, it's about, what, a 2.5-hour drive over to Miami from here or so? If he's going to go over, he's just saying.
You know he is.
Yeah, he's saying that even though Joey's involved, he's like, I'm the one paying for all the tickets. It's getting very expensive.
Here's Marcelo into the left-handed batter's box. I think it's fair to say that Alex has probably the resources to buy the tickets for the family.
You know how it is. The more money you make, the more that you want to spend.
There's no doubt.
You want to spend.
Christian leading at first with Marcelo into the left-handed batter's box. One down, bottom one. Pitch. Swing and a foul. Marcelo rarely gets cheated. He does have a very good feel for the strike zone, and it's such an important camp for him to groove it in at the plate. Of course, the big news today before the game from the Red Sox manager is that he said the quiet part out loud, basically admitting that Caleb Durbin will be the third baseman for the Red Sox this season, and that this man, Marcelo, very likely to start on opening day at second. Campbell runs. Marcelo swings and misses. A blown hit and run. The throw in time. They got him. I love it. Why not try the hit and run in spring training? Campbell is thrown out at second, and they're two down.
We've seen a lot of stolen base attempts. So obviously, the majority of them come from Braden Ward, but still, you have guys running. Trevor Story the other day, Christian Campbell right there. And Marcelo, speaking of Marcelo, it was interesting just going up to him before the game saying, okay, you had your buddy, Roman Anthony, Team USA. You had your team, Team Mexico, who you're rooting for.
Marcelo takes a splitter low, 1-2.
And without flinching said, the boys, which was just such a great answer.
He does not lack confidence, swagger, or poise. Mr. Meyer, 1-2 with two down in this first inning. Right-hander Madden throws, and Marcelo takes a splitter for ball two.
And Caleb Durbin, who's on deck, he told me that they had told him that there's a chance he plays 9 innings today. He said, I don't know if they were joking or not.
2-2. Marcelo takes strike three on the outside corner. And the inning is over. Well, the Red Sox get a base runner then thrown out on the bases. We go to the second inning, scoreless in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
We are pleased to announce that CharterCare Health Partners is now CharterCare Health of Rhode Island. This signals a new day for two hospitals that Rhode Island has relied on for decades. Roger Williams Medical Center and Our Lady of Fatima Hospital have returned to local board control and management under a new nonprofit organization, CharterCare Health of Rhode Island. We offer world-class cancer care, 24-hour emergency care, advanced surgery for urology, digestive diseases, and orthopedics, as well as comprehensive behavioral health and rehabilitation care. Our experienced doctors, nurses, and support staff deliver the highest quality care safely, with exceptional compassion and the advantage of community-based care in convenient neighborhood locations and free parking. That's the new CharterCare Health of Rhode Island. We care for you.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sonny Gray is back to the mound for the top of the second. Neither team scored in the first. Wencel Perez batting from the left side. Right fielder today for A.J. Hinch and the wild card winning Detroit Tigers. The pitch is a little bit low. The Tigers were active in the offseason. There were some rumors that they might trade Tarek Skubal. That seemed far-fetched from the jump. The best pitcher in the game, who won his arbitration case for $32 million. Feels like he's earned every penny of that. The 1-0 is popped foul on the third base side. And actually, Rob, that's part of what he said compelled him to return to Lakeland. He's on the richest arbitration contract in the history of baseball for a starting pitcher, and he felt like he owed it to his team, but it's tearing him apart.
I think, yeah, as we said yesterday, I think it probably pulls on him more than he thought it would.
1-1, ripped into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Braden Ward is over to his left. He plays it on a second hop as Perez holds at second. And it's a leadoff hit here in this top half of the second inning.
This Detroit team's an interesting one. You talk about run prevention, built on run prevention. Well, you have Tarek Skubal, and then you go out and get Framber Valdez, and I think they're going to be fine heading into the season. They're not going to be an offensive juggernaut, but it will be interesting, Will, to see what they do with McGonigal, who is the number 2 prospect in baseball.
There's more incentive to start the top prospect on your roster as Riley Green drives one high and deep into left field. It's way up there, and it is gone. Wow. I mean, that is a Fenway special right there, aided by the wind for sure. And Riley Green, who had a spectacular season a year ago, launches off of Sonny Gray, and it's 2-0 Detroit.
That's like when you have the short porch in your yard in right field and wiffle ball, and you're like, I'm going to make sure that I pull it here. But it was just popped up into the air. I mean, really, I thought that Castro was just, McDonough was just underneath it, no problem. But
just kept on riding underneath those red umbrellas atop the monster.
Just like Sogard yesterday.
Here is the left-handed hitting Cruz, and he hits one hard on the ground to the first baseman, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. And just like that, Trey Cruz is retired. I mean, the wind makes so many things distorted in these spring training games, and I think Riley Green is a spectacular player. He's really emerging as a star for the Tigers, but that was not exactly smoke to left field. So 2 in, 1 down. And here's Chase Jung, the first baseman, batting from the left side against Sonny Gray. Sonny on the first base side of the rubber, comes home, he throws, and he just barely misses. The 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Sonny's baseball savant page is hilarious because he's got so many different pitches that he throws. Four-seamer, sweeper, curveball, sinker, slow curve, cutter, changeup, slider. 1-0 is a strike on the inside corner.
When you look at that line, no matter what ends up happening, you have to wipe off these 2 runs, really. I mean, Sonny Gray is not going to stress out about that home run.
No, I mean, he induced a lazy fly ball to left that got out. 1-1. That's a backdoor curveball that missed just outside. Did Sonny himself challenge that pitch? I thought he did. I really think that the pitcher, Sonny Gray, that's the first we've seen of that. Don't you think he touched his hat there to challenge?
He might have. Be anxious to find out.
Well, he got it.
He's right.
It was a strike.
2 challenges made.
Well, here's... There are many things Sonny Gray does not lack. 1, intelligence. 2, verbosity. And 3, self-confidence. He calls a lot of his own game. The 1-2 is a sweeper low, and it's 2-2. There's a reason that, I mean, Carlos Narvaez is going to be the everyday catcher, and, you know, these home games, he's going to be behind the plate most of the time, but he has to catch Sonny Gray, Rob, because he's the hardest guy I think Sonny is for Carlos to learn how he ticks as the 2-2 is fouled off on the third base side.
Well, to your point, Will, if you see the pitch comm on Sonny Gray's glove, it's because he does something that not a lot of pitchers do, which is call their own game. Most of the time, anyway.
Carlos says he expects him to call maybe 5, 6, 7 pitches a game. The 2-2 swing and a miss. He got him with a curveball, and Jung is gone. So they're 2 down, and that will bring up Jake Rodgers.
But it's funny because, you know, whether it's calling your own pitches or calling for the ABS system, pitchers are being taken out of the equation for the most part. And if you aren't taken out of the equation, then you know you're a separator. You know you're different. I remember talking to Dalton Rushing of the Dodgers. He said, there's only one guy who calls his own pitches. That's Ohtani.
No doubt. Here's the right-handed hitting Jake Rodgers after Young was struck out. He takes a cut fastball outside for ball 1. 2 down, top 2. 2 runs in on a Fort Myers special home run the opposite way for Riley Green. Pitch is a strike at the bottom of the zone. A cutter. I think Rodgers maybe considered challenging there. You know, Jace Young, who was so long ago one of the real extreme top prospects in the game, not that long ago, I guess, but he's had a massive spring training for the Tigers. 1-1. Pitch. That one missed inside. Sonny does not have great fastball command as of yet. There's 2-1.
You mentioned Young following the path of Spencer Torkelson, who the first overall pick, and there you go. He's calling his pitch right there. Sonny Gray hits the button on his glove. But Spencer Torkelson took a while, but boom, last year took off.
2-1 is a strike on the inside corner. You know, the Tigers stunk for so long that they had all these top picks. They invested heavily in pitching at the beginning of that wave with Manning and Mize and all those young arms. But now the hitters have started to really turn a corner. The 2-2 is high with a sinker, and it's 3-2.
Boy, but Bregman would have been a nice fit for them, wouldn't he? Whether it was last year or this year.
Perfect fit. He just didn't want to go there. And the people in Detroit don't want to hear that, but they offered more money and more years, and he went other places. 3-2 is strike 3 called on the outside corner, a sweeper, and Sonny Gray is pleased with that result. That ends the inning. We go to the bottom of the second. 2-0 Tigers, Durbin, Narvaez, and Izzy Kiner-Falefa. Right after this in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. You know, people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The podcast Campus Files is back with more stories of scandal, crime, and intrigue on college campuses. Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
In the season of spring, rediscovering, cleaning, finding things you forgot about? Look at this, your old membership card from the video rental store. I bet you get some points on that you never cashed in. How about finding money that's owed to you at findmassmoney.gov? 1 out of every 10 people have unclaimed property. If you file a claim online, you could print the claim form from your inbox. See if you're on the list of money owed to you at findmassmoney.gov. That's findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
Every idea starts with a problem. Warby Parker's was simple. Glasses are too expensive. So they set out to change that. By designing glasses in-house and selling directly to customers, they're able to offer prescription eyewear that's expertly crafted and unexpectedly affordable. Warby Parker glasses are made from premium materials like impact-resistant polycarbonate and custom acetate. And they start at just $95, including prescription lenses. Get glasses made from the good stuff. Stop by a Warby Parker store near you.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Caleb Durbin, today's cleanup hitter, is going to lead it off against Ty Madden. The Red Sox trailing the Tigers here 2-0 after an inning and a half. Durbin has really been one of the stars of camp. Right-handed hitter. Certainly looks the part, takes a curveball low for ball one.
I was talking to him about those throws yesterday, Will, and he was really, really happy he had the opportunity to get those chances and not only get them, but make the plays on them.
Really strong from deep in the hole. The 1-0 is a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, one deep in the hole, one where he had to get the speedy Justin Crawford.
It's not always about just the stuff at the plate for these guys in spring training. The 1-1 to Caleb, swing and a big rip at a cutter, and it's 1-2.
Well, I told him the story, and I don't even know if he was probably in elementary school when Hanley Ramirez was trying to play left field here.
That did not go great.
Well.
1-2. Here's a high pop-up on the infield toward the shortstop, Kevin McGonigal. He shields his eyes from the sun. He's there to make the play. And there's one away.
Yeah, well, I was just telling him how Hanley had to learn how to play left field, and he got no chances the entire spring training. So when you get those chances, it's like gold for these guys.
Here is Carlos Narvaez, right-handed hitter. So far in spring training, Carlos, 375 with 3 driven in. Base is empty, 1 down. Pitch, strike. On the outside corner, of course, the Contreras brothers are on Team Venezuela. I don't think it's outside the realm, Rob, that with a good couple of years, Carlos Narvaez may be on the radar for the next rendition of the World Baseball Classic. I mean, it's such a baseball-rich country. It's such a tough roster to crack as the 0-1 misses down and away. He would be on so many other teams in the WBC, but I think he's coming into his own.
Yeah, Alex Cora said, he said this would have been nice to be considered, but he was looking at the roster. It wasn't maybe a nice spot for him.
1-1 is fouled back to the screen, 1-2.
But, it's good that he's here. You talk about the guys who either chose to be here or just here because of circumstance. And you can make the case for both, but for a guy like Narvaez, he's coming back from a health issue. Getting to know, as you said, like a guy like Sonny Gray even better.
1-2. That is outside with a slider. Don't you love, from a Red Sox perspective, that so many guys, Crochet and Gray, Narvaez and others, have decided to just stay in camp and do the work here?
Yeah, I mean, all for different reasons, right?
No doubt. 2-2, fouled back.
So Crochet obviously coming off that long year, biggest workload of his life. Gray wanting to integrate himself into a new team and getting to know the staff and working on some things. And Narvaez, not really by his choice, just because of insurance.
2-2. Line drive into right field. It hangs up, and the play is made out there by Wencel Perez. And they're 2 down. Did Bad Bunny offer to pay your WBC insurance policy?
No, but some other bunny did, so I didn't. It seemed like a scam.
Here's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. 2 down, bases empty. He's today's first baseman. Madden throws, and Izzy takes a strike. Fastball on the outside corner, and it's 0-1. In a moment, if Kiner-Falefa reaches base, we will hear from Alex Cora on the decision that appears to be made about who's going to play where on the infield. The 0-1, Izzy, strike 2. Fastball 95 miles an hour, 0-2. Mickey Gasper is out on deck. No balls, 2 strikes to Kiner Falefa, the pitch. Ground ball hard up the middle. McGonigal dives, he gloves, comes to his feet, throws to first, but wide, and Kiner Falefa is aboard. I just finally wrestled Brian Abraham out of the hallway. We're going to get him on here in the top of the third inning. He just went on Nesson podcast 3:10 to left, so he's doing triple duty here.
No, he's contractually obligated to always prioritize us. We pay him in stickers, T-shirts, and good vibes.
That is the Bradfo currency. 2 down here is Mickey Gasper. 2-0 Tigers in this bottom of the second inning. Step back to the bag for Kiner Falefa. That was almost a brilliant play by McGonigal. It's fun to lay eyes. We saw Connor Griffin here last week. And these top prospects, it's one of the things I'm always happy to talk to Brian Abraham about. The pitch to Gasper is a strike on the outside corner to Mickey, and it's 0-1. Brian, we'll have more with you in the third, but great to see you, man. What's going on?
Not much. Great to be here, as always. Beautiful day here in Fort Myers.
Just don't even pay any attention to Bradford. 1-0 as Madden sets at the belt. Kiner Falefa leading at first. Pitch. A little bit high with a fastball. 2-0.
Baseball no es aburrido. Say it for me one time.
Baseball no es aburrido.
Oh, it's like it rolls off the tongue.
I know.
I asked him, I said, is there any Canadians in the organization? He said his wife. That was it.
2-0. Swing and a chopper on the first base side. Did it stay fair? No, it's just outside the chalk line. The Tiger first baseman, Jace Young, tried to tiptoe and feign that thing fair, but it was not, and it is 2-1 to Mickey Gasper. Have you been as transfixed by your players' performance in the WBC as we have?
It's been a ton of fun to watch. Certainly rooting maybe for the home country here,
yes.
But it's been fun to watch our guys go and make an impact across the world.
I mean, Massa can hit 2 home runs in the final in a loss to the U.S. when Roman hits 3 bombs as a throw to first sends Kiner Falefa back.
As an early riser, most of us here are early risers. To be able to watch Japan and Massa go deep at 5 a.m. has been a lot of fun. So
who needs coffee when you can watch that?
Exactly. A lot of excitement early on.
2-1 to Mickey Gasper. A couple days ago, hit a big 2-run homer. Waggling the bat up and down from the left side. The pitch to him is popped right over our heads, and it's 2-2. We're going to talk a lot about Roman Anthony when time affords us here in the next half inning, but it's no surprise to you, is it, that he's just jumped off the page?
Not at all. What an incredible watch it's been to watch Team USA, watch Roman, especially a late add to the roster, too, to be able to go in there, start, make a huge impact with his bat.
2-2 is lined to third, actually. The third baseman, Cruz, was there, where the shortstop normally plays. And the inning is over. More with Brian Abraham when we return. 2-0 Tigers after 2 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Boston sports matter no matter where you are.
We bring the take you'd hear walking through Fenway or catching a game at the Garden.
The Greg Hill Show keeps you connected to the city's teams wherever you're listening.
Follow and listen to the Greg Hill Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Woo! For a limited time, call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sonny Gray back for a third inning of work, which is encouraging. The right-hander. The lines he's drawn on either side of the rubber down to the mound have sort of worn off a little bit. Sonny into that abbreviated wind. facing the right-hander Max Anderson, who grounds the first pitch to the left side. Third baseman Durbin cuts in front of Trevor Story. He makes the play in time, and there's one away. So we were talking about Roman Anthony. I mean, he hits the massive second-deck home run. Jaron Duran hits 2 oppo against lefties. It's just breathtaking watching these guys take off.
Yeah, Whitlock with the save. Bayo with a great start for the DR earlier in the day. Like you mentioned, Massa. It's been so fun to see these guys compete at such a high level and perform for their teams. Not that we would expect anything less, but it's been fun to watch.
Here's Parker Meadows, left-hander. Bayo, I want to ask you about, Brian, because you were there through all the development stuff as he rocketed through the system, made a massive impact early in his career. His Sonny clips the outside corner with a fastball, and it's 0-1, because the changeup is such a fascinating thing for Brian Bayo. As a curveball's fouled off by Meadows, 0-2. He didn't really have it last year, and he was a different pitcher. Something went off with that, and actually in these starts with the Dominican, he's not used it as much. Don't you believe that the best Brian Bayo has that vintage changeup?
I do, but it's such a feel pitch more so than the other ones because it works off his heater. It's full of deception, the drop that's required for it to be impactful. So when it doesn't feel right coming off the fingers, it's hard to want to use consistently. So I think when he's at his best, he is utilizing it. But like any young pitcher, and he's still young, he's trying to figure out the best version of himself. And I know our pitching leadership group, Brian, are working tirelessly to figure out what that is, and that comes with some trials and tribulations, no doubt.
0-2 from Sonny Gray to Parker Meadows. The pitch is a little bit low. So, in other words, is the idea right now to hope that pitch comes back to what it was, but in the interim, give him other weapons that help him succeed on maybe the days when he doesn't feel that?
Yeah, I think any pitcher is going to go out there and compete with the best stuff they have that individual day. But I know the side work, the bullpen work, that is all working consistently to improve all his pitches, and especially the changeup. So when that happens, when he gets that feel, I know it's going to be something that he uses. But again, it's a balance of making sure that he has different weapons at different times for different hitters, and utilizing the catcher and utilizing our information to make the best decisions on the mound he can.
2-2 after a curveball misses down. And in one down, top three, Brian Abraham is with us. Tigers lead the Red Sox 2-0. The pitch is a chopped foul. Your job is so interesting, where you have to do the very best you can with the players in your system. You maximize their talent. You want to get them ready to make the big leagues in a Red Sox uniform. And yet, inevitably, as you get a loaded farm system, it's just the nature of it. Guys are going to be moved to help the big league roster. The 2-2 is a skied fly into deep left center field. Turned around out there in center is Campbell, and he cannot get there. It's off the base of the wall by the 379. Not exactly the best route there by Campbell, but it's a one-out wall ball double. I don't know that anybody, maybe Cedon, makes that play out there in left center field. A scalded fly and a one-out double. But what's it like when guys like Perales and even Braden Montgomery, you didn't really have too much time with, but you're probably dreaming on him, making plans around him. What's it like when you spend so much time thinking about how to make these guys better, and then they're moved away to help the big league team?
Yeah, on the development side, our job is to create value and impactful players for the major league team. The hope is that they are for Boston, but the reality is, whether that be trades, whether that be free agency, they tend to not always end up in our organization. So, we build relationships with these guys. We try to provide them goals and opportunities to be the best versions of themselves. And if they get traded away or they move on to that next step, you hope they have success. But if we're helping our major league team get closer to a World Series championship, that is the goal of ours, and we try to do that day in and day out.
Here's Kevin McGonigal, a guy who I'm sure you wish you had in your system. This guy's a total stud.
Yeah, he is. I was actually talking with Lance Sawatsky, a former Red Sox employee, one of my high school teammates. He's an assistant major league hitting coach with the Tigers. He said they're going to have some tough decisions at the end of the spring with this kid. But,
which is code for he should make our team. We'll see whether he does. The 0-1 is fouled off on the first base side.
460-foot home run against Dominican. I mean, this guy is not that much taller than Pedroia, if taller than Pedroia.
Hey, this is the year of short kings. So
It is. You're into it.
I'm all in. Us, the Brewers. I mean,
it's great.
I love it.
It's all about the ABS, right?
Yeah.
You would have dominated the ABS.
I know. I should try to make a comeback.
You look like you could right now. It's always embarrassing how Brian is just in the best shape of anybody every spring training. 0-2 misses low.
This is like walking through the complex. You might as well be a minor leaguer. How many people sucked up to you walking through this complex today looking for a promotion?
If I'm feeling down, I just walk around.
You do. You're like the actress going through the mall.
1-2. I need Brian's off-season routine. The pitch misses in the dirt, and it is 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Red Sox are in this interesting period, Brian, because so much of the young talent has graduated to the major leagues. It's a good problem to have. Franklin Arias is a guy we'll talk about in a moment. He seems to be the next kind of wave of position player, top-level talent. 2 balls and 2 strikes to McGonigal. Sonny, head on a swivel, dancing around at second is the runner as a pitch misses down and in. But I do want to talk about the young man in center field, because a year ago, Christian Campbell was the next big thing. How do you manage... I want to talk about the emotional, personal side of this, because obviously he's made the swing adjustments, the mechanical stuff. Feels like watching him, he's got so much going on in his head. How do you manage him personally?
Yeah, it's not easy for sure. We're dealing with people that have struggles, and they fail, and they've had a ton of success as well. So really, I think trying to meet him where he is and understanding that the situation that he's in or the struggles that he is having are real struggles that he's dealing with. Granted, he's made the big league team last year, signed a big contract. That's all great. But at the end of the day, he's a competitor. He wants to win. He wants to have success. So trying to make sure that we just put him in the best environments to continue to improve, to continue to give him positive but honest feedback about where he is, and just be there for him. Support him. It's a lot like, I think development is very much like a parent.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be struggles, there's going to be challenges, there's going to be failure, but pushing them to take that next step in their careers is what we're all about.
3-2 pitch, misses high to McGonigal. Just on a broader level, Brian, this fascinates me. I think people sort of misunderstand the overall Red Sox hitting philosophy. Yes, you've brought in people from Driveline. Pete Fatsy's not some Driveline zealot. That's not the organizational philosophy. Watching Campbell, it strikes me as really interesting, sort of as a microcosm for the game, between not only the launch stuff, but just mechanics versus just letting it be natural and letting it rip. Do you feel like that's something that Christian still has to kind of conquer, being less mechanical?
I do think whenever you change a batting stance, the change and the success from that change does not happen overnight.
Yeah.
So we're seeing something that happened over this offseason, and he is still trying to figure out the comfort part of this. So, we want him to hit the ball hard, hit strikes.
Here's a double play ball to short. Story to Marcelo, over to Kiner for 11. That's pretty smooth right there. We'll talk about Marcelo when we return and wrap up that thought on Christian Campbell. We won't keep Brian too long. He does have a real job, but he'll be with us for the bottom of the third. 2-0 Tigers in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, and I want to tell you about my podcast, Search Engine. We try to make sense of the world, one question at a time. No question too big, no question too small. We will even answer your questions if you send them in. Stuff like, what happens when a cemetery goes out of business? What should we do about teens using AI to do their homework? Who buys luggage at the airport luggage store? Follow and listen to Search Engine in partnership with Odyssey, wherever you get your podcasts.
The 99 Restaurants $14.99 Big Deal Meals always hit the spot. They're big on flavor, big on comfort, and big on value. And now you can dig into these hearty favorites any day of the week. That's right, the $14.99 Big Deal Meals are available all day, every day. So now you can have the roasted turkey dinner all week long. Hurry in today or every day for any one of our $14.99 Big Deal Meals. You gotta love the nines.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Don't blink, because Braden Ward is at the plate. Left-hander facing Madden. Ty Madden misses upstairs with a fastball. That's ball one. This dude has been unbelievable. I really believe this, Brian. I mean, there are people in the game, maybe, who are in a functional way faster than he is, but I'm not as certain. 1-0 as Madden winds the pitch. Ground ball foul. I swear to God, I think this is in-game the fastest guy, most guaranteed stolen base I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, the instincts and the baseball IQ are off the charts. It's really hard to measure that, but I think when you see him, you know what that looks like.
And it's not, to your point, it's not just the speed. He gets the best jumps. He's on the perfect timing. The 1-1 is outside. We found ourselves, he had 14 steals in 14 games. We just want to get him on base because he's going to be on second and maybe even third.
Yeah, it's been pretty impressive to watch. Someone asked me the other day, I believe Ken Laird, what would happen if he bunted every time up?
2-1 is high, and?
I don't know if I'd recommend that, but if there's ever someone to recommend it to, it might be this guy.
It's true that, first of all, if it ever gets past the pitcher, it's an automatic hit. And like with the defense where it is now, in on the corners, it's not a guarantee they could retire him as they are. 3-1. That is outside ball 4. Beautiful. We get to see him steal second, which he absolutely is about to do.
And third as well. So, and here's the spoiler: neither one are going to be close.
Well, we said this yesterday, Brian. I just don't see any way that if you need something in September and especially October, he's like a cheat code on the base paths. It feels like you don't want to get ahead of yourself, but it would be almost automatic to have that speed on the roster.
In terms of the profile, that's what teams are looking for late in the season, to get that extra bag, to get that extra 9.
He goes, and there's no chance. The throw to second is not in time. That wasn't a bad transfer by Rodgers. He skipped the throw, but, it is insane game speed.
Well, what's interesting is this is the second time that the Tigers actually have seen him. So the first time they had Torkelson playing in right field and Verlander on the mound, they weren't really paying attention to him. Rodgers popped up a little bit quicker.
You never see it anymore. He's going to start getting pitch outs against him in real games. It's insane how fast he is. He goes again, the 1-0 pitch high, and he is safe. What a slide. That was a swim move over there at third. We might be lucky there's no challenge system in spring training. The throw beat him, and somehow he totally evaded the tag over there at third. That was amazing over there at third.
Add that to the tool belt.
Wow.
Jeez.
Now, I love that he's just showing out in spring training. I don't know that every time he's on second base on the first pitch he needs to lead and steal for third, but sure is fun to watch. Here's the infield in for Tyler McDonough, who takes a strike. That was borderline, but McDonough adjusts the helmet. It's not a challenge. In the 9 hole, he doesn't ask for that, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Dreammaker, I have a question.
Go ahead, Rob.
All right, Rob Bradford, nice to meet you. It has to do with the WBC.
2-1, low.
You are mentoring all these kids, these young kids from Dominican, Puerto Rico, everybody. What's it been like being around them when you wake up and you come here and something happened at WB from that perspective?
Yeah, it's been really exciting. We have all the games on in our cafeteria around the clubhouse.
3-1 is a check swing. Looked like he went around, but no, they say, and that is a ball inside to McDonough. I thought that was ball 4, and it is. Tyler might be the last guy to notice it. Then again, maybe the scoreboard late to update it is ball 4. You can do this in the academies, too, because you want to model for the young kids you've just signed. They've got Bayo starts on. They've got debuts from your young Dominicans. Isn't that an important organizational thing to sort of show the light at the end of the tunnel?
Yeah, very much so. I think we very much want these guys to be representative of where they come from and the passion. And a lot of these international countries, especially the Latin American ones, baseball is king. And it is a lot of why these guys are here. And it's for a lot of these guys, it's the only thing they have. So to be able to support teammates, to support the organization.
Christian Campbell hits one hard on the ground. McGonigal to second for 1, over to first 2, a double play. It will get the run in, no RBI for Campbell. Well, that was hard on the pull side, and isn't that a point of emphasis for Campbell? Because last year there seemed to be kind of a hole on the inside with fastballs.
Yeah, double play certainly, but I would consider that a positive. Would love him to hit that in the air. That's a hit or extra bases, but I think that to me, from where I sit, and I think from where a lot of us sit, that's progress. And I know that's harder to see for the fan, but that's a good thing.
Just being loose and letting it all rip a little bit. Here's Trevor Story, who has had no problem with that in spring. The pitch to him is a curveball in there for strike 1. You're around this team all the time, Brian. I think Trevor Story is ready for yet another season as kind of a core leader of this group.
Yeah, he's a really fun guy to watch from afar and just be around. He is a leader, leads by example, and I think probably more vocally within that group of players. And you hear a lot of our young guys talk about how much he means to them as a friend, as a confidant, as a teammate, and what he's able to do athletically at the plate in the field for as long as he's done it. We're really lucky to have someone like that.
Including the eye on deck, Marcelo Meyer. It's 0-2. Trevor calls for time. 2 down. The Red Sox have scored a run. We're in the bottom of the third with Brian Abraham. Ty Madden, the right-hander, throws, and Trevor takes curveball low. So Marcelo has been in the crosshairs. I mean, Alex Cora has had some things to say about him. He looks so good defensively, which is no surprise. What's the next step for Marcelo?
Consistency. Obviously health being a part of that. But I really loved what he said the other day about earning his spot, and this is the Boston Red Sox. You need to earn playing time. But what a mature quote from a young, up-and-coming player that you'd love to hear them say.
Can we have you for one more half inning?
Of course.
All right. Red Sox are done. They get a run in the third. We go to the fourth. 2-1 Tigers on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Make money from your podcast with the Odyssey Creator Lab. You create the show, we bring the advertisers. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When it comes to new windows, most homeowners don't have all the facts. When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. Windows beautify your home, and we offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
We also never use high-pressure sales or gimmicks. Our customer volume lets us deliver everyday low pricing from as little as $99 per month for a house full of windows installed.
New windows also improve the value of your home, and with built-in energy savings, they help pay for themselves. Your energy bills could go down by as much as thousands.
Plus, all our windows are Energy Star rated, but we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
We've also got award-winning customer service, and we've earned the Good Housekeeping seal of approval. So while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we're even prouder of our 5-star reviews. It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Back for the top of the fourth, the Red Sox trailing the Detroit Tigers 2-1. Sonny Gray back out for a fourth inning. Again, this is where he's so different, where his second spring outing, he made it into the second inning, his first over at Minnesota as he buzzes the tower with a fastball in the inside corner, and it's 0-1. And here he is in the fourth inning. He just does things like so many veterans do on backfields in his own routine. Can't wait to see him in the real year. The 0-1 is a bouncer up the middle. Almost hit the second base bag. Story's got it. Throws to first to Izzy Kinder-Falefa, and there's one away. Just a little more on Marcelo, Brian, because I agree with you. I mean, Alex sort of challenged him. Our manager says nothing by accident. Marcelo took it to heart and said, I know I need to earn my spot on this team.
Yeah, I don't think a manager or head coach challenging a player is anything new in professional sports, especially in a market like this. We want to push our players. We want to challenge our players. I don't think anything should be handed to any of these guys. It's really hard to play this game. It's really hard to play at Boston if you're vying for a championship, a playoff run, a World Series. We should be pushing these guys and challenging these guys. I bet you if you ask Trevor Story, he's competing every day for a spot, even though we know he's going to be the shortstop.
I think he might be there in Cincy.
Same thing with the Garrett Crochet. That's
Sure.
the reason why the great players are great. Tom Brady, I'm sure every year felt like he was trying to compete for the QB spot, even though I think in the back of his mind he knew he had
Look
it.
at Jimmy Garoppolo. What happened when Jimmy Garoppolo came in? He's like, all right, you want to challenge me? You want a competition? Let's go.
You think you're more handsome than I am? No shot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not going to eat any sugar for 10 years. The 1-1 pitch is a little bit low with a curveball. It is interesting. And the way that I love that Marcelo took it that way, if you really look back over the Alex Cora era, he picks his spots with these guys in those that he believes in the most in terms of talent. Like, he didn't go after Eduardo Rodriguez because he thought, I just need to make this guy a serviceable pitcher, as Gray fires a big fastball that swung on a miss. He said, Eddie, you got the talent to be a top-level pitcher. It's time to channel that. And I do think he sees that in Marcelo.
Yeah, the Major League manager is such a unique space. There's obviously a gameplay part of their job and managing a bullpen, the lineups, but you are dealing with, 20 to 40-year-old men that are making a ton of money that all think they're the greatest players in the world and balancing their egos and balancing their successes and their failures. And you were with them a lot.
You know, Brian, I go back to, I think that the greatest example that I've seen of a spring training setting a tone for a season was when you were the straw that stirred the drink as a bullpen catcher in 2013. But you were around that camp.
Yeah.
So if using that premise, how has this been? Like, what is your perspective of it?
I think it's been great. You know, from our end, it's been business. It's been work. It's been getting better, and there has not been any distractions. Not that the team creates those, but sometimes that just tends to happen, whether it be different transactions or signings or quotes that players have. But to me, the biggest news has been our players doing well in the WBC, which is very exciting. So to me, it's about players getting better.
Chopper to first is handled there by Kiner Falefa. Gloves, underhands to Sonny Gray in time. Inning is over. Well, we will let you go, I guess. I want you to stay for the whole game, but you got to go do stuff, don't you?
I do.
You probably got to go hit the elliptical for like 4 hours during the game.
No, that's a 5 a.m. thing.
You guys have long days.
For you, by the way.
I'm in awe of what you guys do. Seriously, the front office, the coaching staff. You guys have been here for 6-7 weeks. It's amazing, and you deserve a little break.
Good work.
Thanks.
Congrats.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having
Appreciate
me.
it. That's Brian Abraham. Always love having him on. Red Sox and Sonny Gray trail the Tigers 2-1 on the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Hey, it's Marcelo Meyer. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
This is Marcelo, and this is the home of the Sox. 1-0 after Marcelo took a curveball in the dirt for ball one. The pitch is high and tight, fastball 2-0. I do really think, Rob, that the things that Roman Anthony is doing, that he did last year in the regular season, that he's currently starring in the WBC next to Aaron Judge and Bryce Harper, his childhood idol, 2-0, popped up. On the left side of the infield, the third baseman Cruz, the shortstop McGonigal come together, and it's Trey Cruz into the high sky to make the play. It has to motivate and push and make Marcelo better.
Oh, there's no question. That's one of the things I wanted to ask him this morning was, did you watch the game last night? What was your feeling and everything? And they're downplaying. And I think that judging by Marcelo's tone, he wants to make sure that everybody understands he is focused on this and not dreaming about not being at the WBC.
Which you know he is. Caleb Durbin, right-handed hitter, foul. He's a human being.
Oh, well,
his roommate and best minor league buddy is one of the stars of Team USA.
And I think it was August of last year, he definitively said, I'm going to play in the WBC. I'm playing for Team Mexico. And he would have if he was cleared in terms of the insurance.
0-1. Fouled off. I mean, they definitely, yes, the wrist injury. the reason he's not there. Shaw's and Star Market make grocery shopping easy. Just order online or on the app, and they'll have your groceries ready for you curbside or delivered to your door. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com. 0-2. Oh, it hits Durbin in the helmet. Look out. That's the last thing you want to see. The helmet popped off. He seems okay. They'll bring the training staff out. And Henry,
he fixes his hair.
He's like, I've wrestled before. He looks a little bit woozy. Alex Cora comes out too.
Yeah, you noticed that too, Will, where he took a couple steps back.
Yes, and then stopped. And this is one where the medical staff have trained for this over and over again. They got all these protocols, and Brandon Henry right now is asking him all of the questions that you need to, in the moment, pass that concussion protocol. It looked to me, we don't have TV today, so I don't have the benefit of a replay, but he turned his head in time, and it looked like, it's glanced off the helmet, sort of maybe above his left ear. And Alex Cora says, "You're in. You're good, kid."
I like after Brandon Henry, the trainer, is going through the protocols, Alex Cora snapped his fingers in front of him.
And pushed him to first base.
Yeah, there you go.
No smelling salts needed. Hopefully he'll be clear-eyed for our panel for the Lee County Health Executives and group here tonight at JetBlue Park. Durbin is aboard, and here's Carlos Narvaez with one down. But look, I think everything that's going on with Marcelo, the pitch to Narvaez's strike on the outside corner, is such a microscope on what it is to be a young player and any player in the Boston market, because everything he does, with all the expectation, with all the linkage to Roman, everything is parsed, everything is, overanalyzed. The 0-1 is a little bit outside, so he's got to adjust his tone and say the right things. Instead of, imagine any young 20-something having to parse every word you say instead of saying, "Man, I'm really upset that I can't be there." Not easy. 1-1 to Narvaez. Pitch as the runner goes is low. The throw to second not nearly in time, and Caleb Durbin must be feeling okay. He steals a bag in the tying run in scoring position.
Well, I was thinking about, you think about a year ago, or just about a year ago, with Marcelo Meyer, Roman Anthony, where these guys was. And with Marcelo, don't forget, sure, he didn't make the team, but remember, he was upset that he didn't make the team.
Which was awesome.
Yeah.
And by the way, he had a phenomenal camp. 2-1 to Carlos. Pitch, pop foul on the first base side. And it's 2-2. We take 10 seconds. Station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We are your home for Boston college football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Will Fleming, Rob Bradford. JetBlue Park. Sox trailing the Tigers 2-1. 2-2 to Carlos Narvaez. Nice check swing and a slider that missed down and away from Ty Madden. And the count is full. It does seem, though, that he's going to be on the club, Marcelo, and it'll just be not quite Pedroia level, but make the plays at second base, and let's see what the bat can do.
If anyone understands that it's okay to struggle in April, it's Alex Cora, right? The guy who guided is struggling Dustin Pedroia through April in 2007.
No doubt. 3-2 is low. Ball four. So Carlos with a little bat flip draws a base on balls. I do want to follow up on something Brian Abraham talked about, which is the job that Alex Cora has to do. It's so many personalities, so many people making a ton of cash who are their own enterprises. They've got social media teams on their own. They've got agents and managers and personal hitting coaches and egos, which are important to be a pro athlete. Here is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa from the right side. 2 on, 1 out. And a spinning throw to second, not nearly in time to get Durbin. I do think that is absolutely Cora's best strength. I mean, in game, he's an incredible strategic manager. He seems to pull all the right strings. But, Rob, watching him every day on the road, the way he has these gentle touches and knows everything that's going on with all of his players is a pretty remarkable human skill.
Every team's different. We talked to Brian about it being around that 2013 team in spring training where you had all those veteran guys, Gomes, Napoli, Dempster, Ross, all these guys. And like I said, they set the tone that spring training, but they were boisterous. They were doing it through a lot of loud words. As Brian said, this team is being defined by really business-like sort of demeanor, I think. And Alex Cora understand that every single team is different.
Connor Falefa waits. The pitch is after a meeting on the mound inside with a fastball 1-0. Well, they don't have to deal with Middlebrooks either this season, at least in the clubhouse anyhow.
I mean, he was right in the middle of the clubhouse every single day.
Yes, he was.
Giving the Rudy on the stool speech, right?
Cannot wait to get him down here in a couple weeks. The 1-0 pitch. Foul on the first base side. Love being around Brooksy. It was such a delight to have so many games with him last year. He's going to do much more this year with us, and I'm so excited about that. He made a quick trip over here over the weekend. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch is blooped foul down the first base line and out of play. And it is a ball and 2 strikes to Kiner Falefa. And Alex, Rob, really wants every year, no matter what the makeup is, his managerial philosophy, I think coming as a former player, he wants the players to run that room. He very rarely goes in and sort of intervenes and tells guys the direction they should go. Durbin is dancing around, takes a huge secondary lead, not running the 1-2. Pop foul again, out of play.
Yeah, what's interesting is that right now, if you had to say who's the guy, who's that guy, who's running the locker room, running the clubhouse, yeah, it might be Trevor Story, but it's also going to be Wilson Contreras.
No doubt.
Who's not here.
Which is amazing in their first year. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, fisted softly on the infield. McGonigal, the shortstop, gloves, double clutches, throws to first in time. Nicely done. Not an easy play at all. But he gets the job done, and they're 2 away. You know, Rob, I think this is something that Craig Breslow is trying to address and knows is so important. Think about the recent history of the Red Sox as A.J. Hinch comes out, takes Madden out of the game. Too often recently, Rob, the leader in the room is in his first year in the uniform. And whether it's Justin Turner, Alex Bregman, Wilson Contreras, you would have to think the aspiration going forward is that it's guys like Roman, Willier, and Cedon to take that mantle.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing about Roman, right? You want him to be a voice. You want him to be the guy. He's hitting at the top of the order. He's in the WBC. But at the same time, every single time you're like, all right, be the guy. You look at his birth certificate.
Yep.
It's 21 years old. And, hey, he's a very mature kid. But I think for the time being, it's really important to have some other people around.
I couldn't lead my own room at 21, much less 24 other grown men. 2 down. The new pitcher for the Tigers is Ricky Vanasco, right-hander. We'll tell you all about him, well, at least a little bit about him. When we come back, it is 2-1 Tigers, the Red Sox. 2nd and 3rd, 2 down in the 4th on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid have to offer, like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for as low as $249 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. Every Sunday, the Patriots fight for New England on the field. And every day, Catches Law fights for New Englanders off the field. For over 40 years, we've been more than attorneys. We've been neighbors, parents, fans, and friends. We've fought for hardworking families, injured workers, and people who simply need someone in their corner. That's why the Patriots named us their official law firm. Because when it comes to standing up for our community, Catches Law shows up every day.
Welcome back, everybody, to JetBlue Park. We're in the bottom of the 4th. New pitcher Ricky Vanasco. Don't miss opening day at iconic Fenway Park. The Red Sox are back in Boston on Friday, April 3rd. Secure your spot now. RedSox.com/tickets. Well, Mickey Gasper steps in against Vanasco with runner on second and 2 outs. Detroit making their first pitching change. Gasper takes strike 1. Detroit holding a 2-1 lead over the Red Sox. Gasper, he's had a really, really good spring. I like watching him play.
Me too, and I just hope he gets his first Fenway hit this year. It's 0-2 after he fouls off a fastball. 0-2. I let you have that first pitch. I thought it was going to be a Monasterio situation. 3-run job.
We're ready. We're absolutely ready. I mean, there's only one Mickey Gasper home run call for whether he hits a million more. There will be only one home run call, and that's Ken Laird's.
So fun to hear Ken and you up in Bradenton, 0-2. Pitch is a little bit low.
I don't know if you heard me yelling out the window, say, thank you, Mickey. We needed a home run.
Yeah, of course. He'd practiced. He had a list of home run calls he wanted to make.
And I played it for Mickey in the clubhouse. I mean, who wouldn't want to hear their own home run call, right?
1-2. Here's a line drive into right field, sinking, but it'll hang up for Wenzel Perez, who makes the play. And the inning is over. Red Sox leave a couple. To the fifth we go. 2-1 Tigers in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It's Draymond Green, kicking off my 14th NBA season and the new season of my podcast. And trust me, I'm not holding back. Listen to the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, boss. Gotta go.
It's only 11 a.m.
Yeah, it's important, though.
Well, can it wait?
Oh, not really. It's the Nissan Now Sales event. I can save on an award-winning Nissan like the Rogue, new Pathfinder, and Frontier.
Your report is due today.
Yeah, you're right. Nissan is #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power.
This is your job.
Well, it's called Nissan Now, not Nissan Later.
What?
Anywho, don't worry. I'm going to take you for a spin.
Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2026 Nissan Murano, or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For JD Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example: 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 3/31/26.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 monthly plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, mobile plus home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Corned beef is on sale at Shaws and Star Market. Pick up Signature Select Corned Beef Point Cut, just $1.99 a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. While supplies last. Sale ends St. Paddy's Day. And the luck of I don't know about the Irish, but the luck of the Cubans and the luck of the Red Sox fans is Aroldis Chapman is on in relief of Sonny Gray, who was, I thought, really good today. The wind-aided unlucky home run off the bat of Riley Green will not bother him at all. Sonny battled and got through 4. Here is Chapman, who throws a fastball that's ripped into center field. And that's going to sink down for a base hit. Over to his left is Campbell, spinning and throwing to second. And it's a leadoff hit on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. That was pretty impressive there from Jace Young. And Rob, again, I thought Sonny Gray was really good today.
Yeah, he was. He was in pretty much command, which is what he wanted. He threw strikes.
Here's Jake Rodgers. Chapman throws a fastball that misses outside, ball 1.
And we said at the time, that if he landed with these 2 runs on the board for Detroit, it'd be a big so what, because that home run by Riley Green just got up in the wind. It would have been a fly ball out probably.
1-0. Swing and a miss. That was awesome. Great slider. And again, who knows what Sonny came into today wanting. I mean, obviously he wants to get through 4 innings, but he used so many different pitches. I thought there were great shapes to most of them. 1-1. The flame-throwing lefty Chapman is going to throw a 98-mile-an-hour fastball to first. Sorry about that, Izzy.
Man, there is a learning curve over for Izzy, and he's come so far, but that was the next level there.
I would say 1-1 is a blooper into shallow right field. Ward back and now in, and Braden Ward in right is there to make the play. I swear to God, I wonder whether the Red Sox just said, hey, Chappie, just hum one over there to first.
I was going to say earlier, Will, I think that Izzy, he's done a very good, he's come so far at first base. He's done a really good job, whether it's going into the hole, gauging that gap between first and second. using the big glove over there.
Which is the hardest part. You know, he's got that new first baseman mid over there. It's Chapman now facing Anderson. Max Anderson, a slider, was that swung on and missed? That looked to be in the dirt, but I guess the hitter went around and it's 0-1. You know, Rob, until Tristan Casas is available and healthy, Wilson Contreras is going to be the first baseman. I'm not sure there's a spot on the opening day roster for Nick Sogard, who would be the backup first baseman. Ordinarily, the 0-1 is fouled on the first base side, which means it's important that they find other people who can back Wilson up over there.
Yeah, I think they're pretty fortunate. Monasterio has done a pretty good job over there, too, if he makes a team. But if you can get Kiner Falefa playing like he has in the last couple of games there, that's perfectly fine.
0-2 pitch is a chopper foul, especially as a backup. I mean, for your everyday people, you want a big target, more seasoned over there.
Yeah, and I think that if you can take a guy who can play middle infield and put him at first base and understand the intricacies there, that's a plus. I mean, because, you know, to field the ball, to be nimble. And the other part about this, he said that was different was not having pitch comm, which he usually has almost all the time.
0-2 is outside. That's such an interesting thing. Yeah, if you're on the middle infield, you know what pitch is coming. You can move your feet, you can adjust and sort of anticipate. Do you think there'll ever be a time where everyone on the field has it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're going to go off. It's worked pretty well.
It has. 1-2 is ripped down the left field line. Trouble if fair, and it is. That'll roll into the corner off the base of the monster. Runner comes to third in Young, and Anderson has a double off of Chapman. Some loud contact. We're not used to that, and the Tigers have him at second and third.
You don't get too worried about Chapman with anything, and you know, his presence here has meant a lot. I was talking to Tyron Guerrero today, a guy who I didn't realize this well. You know, he threw obviously yesterday 100, 101. He's thrown over 104 miles an hour in a major league game, which he would gladly pulled up a video of it for me.
I love
2019.
Well, watching him, it's not that hard to believe.
No, and
here's a high fly into right field. Ward sort of stumbling out there, and he races in to make the play. Runner tags at third. The throw is cut off by Kiner Falefa. I think it was offline anyway. The timing of the throw looked pretty close. I don't think they had a chance to do that there. It's a sac fly, and it's 3-1 Tigers.
But what I was going to say about what Tyron Guerrero said, he's 35 years, has been around, but he said, I've learned so much in this camp from picking the brain of Aroldis Chapman. And obviously one's righty and one's lefty, but how to use your fastball, how to use your other pitches, the importance of throwing strike one, because we saw as good as Chapman has been throughout his career, I don't think he's had a better year than he did last year.
He might disagree, but I'm with you just in terms of overall command and control. The pitch is high and outside. This is Kevin McGonigal. Fun matchup for Tigers fans here against one of the elite closers, one of their young future stars. I asked him after yet another, whatever it was, 53 hitters without a base hit. He came on with us in the postgame and was just hilarious. The 1-0 pitch is a strike. I said, have you ever felt this good? He said, well, when I came in and I was throwing 104, I felt pretty good then, too.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But have you ever felt this smart and good at the same time?
No doubt. And I know you've never felt this smart or good in your whole life.
I'm actually right now at this moment, I'm
1-1 is a pitch that's outside.
The confluence of intelligence and physical ability. I'm at the perfect place right now. You're witnessing it.
I can sense it from across the booth.
With my Woo Sox grounds crews.
It's a great, I need one of those. That's awesome.
They're the best.
2-1. Fastball blooped into shallow center field. Campbell started in. Now back the wind gets it, but Christian is there to make the play. Chapman, more balls put in play against him than normal, but again, just to tune up, he will not care about that at all. He's become such a leader for this club. 3-1. Sox will come up to bat right after this in the bottom of the fifth in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Most people would rather remove a nest of irate hornets than search for auto and home insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com. I think I'll wait inside.
If you need a new appliance, this is your sign. Shop at Lowe's now to get up to 35% off and next-day delivery on hundreds of major appliances. A new appliance now means an easier to-do list later. Our best lineup is at Lowe's. Valid through 3/18 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Order by 4 p.m. Available Monday through Saturday. Subject to availability. Fees, exclusions, and restrictions apply. See Lowes.com/appliance delivery for more details.
When prenatal surgery is your baby's best chance. When your sight is set on gene therapy for retinal disease. When a new airway is what you need to keep breathing. Only Michigan answers. With specialized treatment options that aren't available anywhere else in Michigan, we provide the nationally recognized care you need without having to travel out of state. Learn how University of Michigan Health answers the call at michigananswers.org.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody. Bottom of the fifth. Red Sox trailing Detroit Tigers 3-1 with the electric Braden Ward up at bat. Win big with the Red Sox Foundation 50-50 raffle. Buy tickets at redsox.com/50-50 through fifth inning of today's game for the chance to win half of the net jackpot. See official rules for details. Well, you better hurry because it is the aforementioned fifth inning of the game.
He walked. Twice stole bases did Braden Ward. He's now, the scoreboard says 0-2. The umpire is pointing towards first to reset the pitch clock as Mr. Ward called for time. Corey Julks is into right field. Wencel Perez, who was in right, is in center for Parker Meadows. Is strike 3 right in there. A beautiful changeup from Vanasco. And there's one away for Tyler McDonough. Who knows what's going on there? Maybe A.J. Hinch wants to see Perez more in center, but you could think there may be something going on with Parker Meadows as well. The wind has really picked up.
Oh.
Almost anything in the air to left is going to launch as McDonough takes a pitch down and in for ball 1.
I mean, those people at the top of the wall better be ready. It is blowing straight toward them.
Could lose a hat. Here's the 1-0. Outside, which would be catastrophic for you. Although your BIB hat, I like that little.
You like it? You want one?
Yeah, I'll wear it all the time if I can get one.
You and Garrett Crochet.
It is it's lovely. It's two. The logo is obviously two kind of backwards B's. There's a pop up on the third base side, foul of home plate. The catcher Rodgers gives a look, and thank you, wind.
Yeah.
Normally that's 4 feet to the left of the plate, but instead it's into the first row. And so McDonough stays alive. So it's a backwards B in baseball stitches, then a baseball bat for the I, and then another B. It's great.
Yeah, and I've never understood, I've never experienced the going through designing a hat with a former relief pitcher.
Would that be Joe?
It was Joe.
This was definitely his idea.
Yeah, well, the text change, it was like, yeah.
Here is McDonough swinging and missing at a fastball.
Are you sure you want the letters backwards?
That was you to him?
Yeah, I mean,
it looks great.
I know, because the kids, it's the kids.
Yeah.
I'll defer.
At least they're not upside down. Although I guess maybe they kind of are.
That's a big thing, too, though, the upside down
which
backwards
I hate.
letters.
Those curved upside
you don't
downs,
like that?
No.
Oh, yeah.
I'm too old and crotchety. The 2-2 swing and a miss. He struck him out. McDonough is gone. And they're 2 away for Christian Campbell. Sometimes I talk and sound like I'm 70 years old.
No, I don't like the curves and the upside down letters and the backward letters. What's going on?
Make my television black and white again, damn it. Here's Campbell, who hit a hard ground ball his last time. Get you some of Roman Anthony's thoughts from the WBC in just a moment as Vanasco misses with a curveball to Campbell, and it's 1-0. Getting to approaching anyway, the time in camp where some of the regulars will play into the 6th and 7th innings, but still 2 weeks left of games. And as Campbell takes a pitch outside 1-1, because the guys are at the WBC, people like Story and Campbell have played so often here at home as Christian took a big rip but fouled a curveball straight back 1-2. I think they'll pump the brakes, especially on people like Story for now.
Well, it'll be interesting today. Like you said, Caleb Durbin said he was told he's going to play 9 innings. He didn't know if they were joking.
1-2 is high.
But if you think about it, the reason you're absolutely right about easing into it, but with the off day tomorrow, you wonder if that factors into this thing too.
Get as many ABs as you can. 2-2. Here's the pitch. Fouled on the first base side.
What's the off day? What's the Fleming off day looking like tomorrow? You got a feeling it involves water?
There's some pool action, some golf action. We're going to go to the Everglades on Thursday, ride one of those airboats around through the mangroves and check out the gators.
That sounds awesome.
Although you told me there's like an 8-foot alligator out here in the pond behind JetBlue.
Right behind JetBlue. We're all right behind the minor league field.
2-2 to Campbell. Strike 3 called. He knew it. Slams his hand on his bat, and the inning is over. We're going to check out that gator.
I won't tell you what I tried to do to the gator.
No, you would. I think PETA might be on the phone before we get there.
I was going to say I tried wrestling it just for fun.
You and Caleb Durbin. We go to the 6th inning. 3-1 Tigers on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've built a great podcast. That content's solid. The audience is growing, but the money still not where it should be. That's where the Odyssey Creator Lab comes in. We host your podcast for free, so you can keep doing your thing while our experienced sales team does their thing, finding advertisers and bringing in revenue. No fees, no stress, just real monetization. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and let us show you the money.
Listen up. Partner with one of the most trusted independently owned lumberyards and showrooms around. Cape Cod Lumber and CCL Homescapes. Shop at CCL Homescapes for your Anderson 400 Series windows and doors for your next project. Anderson is the #1 trusted window and door brand. CCL, your go-to supplier for Anderson 400 Series windows and doors. Visit us online or come see us in person in Abington. CCL, 100% employee owned and operated. Find us at cclco.com.
Here it comes. At T-Mobile, get the new Samsung Galaxy S26 Ultra with Galaxy AI. Okay, we don't need the trumpets. We know it's awesome. You even get a 5-year price guarantee. And the best benefits in wireless. A kazoo? Pre-order and get the new Galaxy S26 Ultra. Really? Nothing? Did I mention at T-Mobile there's no trade-in needed? Better.
Guarantee excludes taxes and fees. Applies to monthly price of on-network talk, text, and 5G data on the Beyond plan. Benefits vary by plan. May require activation and are based on included perks. Exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com.
We are pleased to announce that CharterCare Health Partners is now CharterCare Health of Rhode Island. This signals a new day for 2 hospitals that Rhode Island has relied on for decades. Roger Williams Medical Center and Our Lady of Fatima Hospital have returned to local board control and management under a new nonprofit organization, CharterCare Health of Rhode Island. We offer world-class cancer care, 24-hour emergency care, advanced surgery for urology, digestive diseases, and orthopedics, as well as comprehensive behavioral health and rehabilitation care. Our experienced doctors, nurses, and support staff deliver the highest quality care safely, with exceptional compassion and the advantage of community-based care in convenient neighborhood locations and free parking. That's the new CharterCare Health of Rhode Island. We care for you.
Listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Justin Slayton is on. He got roughed up a little bit his last time. He pumps a 94-mile-an-hour fastball in the inside corner, strike 1 to Matt Vierling. 3-1 Tigers as we make our way into the 6th inning. Rob, Justin Slayton is such a key part of everything the Red Sox want to do in their bullpen.
He is. And Alex Cora was talking a lot about the bullpen before the game today. The construction, the spots.
0-1 is fouled off. And actually, I wanted Joe Braverman to play us something from Roman Anthony. But in a moment here, I'd like him to cue up some of that stuff around the bullpen, because a couple of guys we saw on the mound yesterday were people that Alex mentioned.
Yeah, Kyle Keller was one of them.
And the 104-mile-an-hour Guerrero. 0-2 down and in. Samaniego too. I thought his arm was very impressive yesterday.
Yeah, he's the lefty that came over in the Oviedo trade as well. So it's interesting because a lot of names that people might not be familiar with, probably 2 or 3 will be breaking camp.
Yeah, 1-2 is strike 3 called. Wow, that looked at the top of the zone, but it clips it, and there's one away. Sandoval, Crawford building up. They're not going to be ready for opening day, so there's openings.
There are, but to come back to Slayton, you look at how this bullpen is. Will, you have Chapman, obviously, Whitlock, obviously. Giovanni Moran is probably your first lefty after Chapman. Then you have Slayton, you have Weissert. Zach Kelly, most likely.
Wencel Perez, left-handed hitter, takes one outside. Matt Theis, by the way, is in as the new catcher for Carlos Narvaez.
That's another battle that we're going to keep an eye on with Connor Wong.
It's hard to make too much of that, at least in this exact instant. The 1-0 is low. It's a real thing. I mean, Theis has a chance to make the team. But yesterday, Wong, was on the mound. I mean, behind the plate catching. So, maybe they don't want to double him up on days. But I don't think it's nothing that Theis is in there behind Narvaez. 2-0. Pitch. Strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any question that there's a competition there. And as we said, also roster manipulation. Connor Wong still has options.
2-1 to Perez. Hard up the middle, under the glove of Slayton and through into the outfield. That's a base hit. So Perez smashes one into the outfield, and it is a one-out single. Shaw's and Star Market make grocery shopping easy. Just order online or on the app, and they'll have your groceries ready for you curbside or delivered to your door. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com.
Doug Lane confirms that the gator we were talking about, in case the people here listening at JetBlue Park want to go do a touristy thing and look at a gator, he's in the water.
Right now.
I mean, at last. Do we have a gator cam or something? How do we know?
Doug just take a drone out there? Here's a pitch that misses outside, ball one. You just looked with your binocs? Wow. I will be out there after the game. Why not?
That is a side. And yeah, your kids want to see a gator.
Just not too close.
Not too close.
1 ball, no strikes. Pitch to Riley Green, who homered off of Sonny Gray, misses outside, 2-0. The Tigers brought on Framber Valdez behind Tarek Skubal. They got this young, exciting kid, McGonigal, sort of on the doorstep of their big league roster. They beat the Guardians in the wild card series and lost a heartbreaker to the Mariners in the divisional series as Green swings and misses at a cutter, and it's 2-1. And, guys like Green and Torkelson are going to determine, I think, how far they go. In some ways, they are a lot like the Red Sox. Here's a double play ball to second. Marcelo bobbles it, though, off the heel of the glove. Throws to first. He recovers well and gets Green. I mean, that was pretty tailor-made on one hop to his right. Marcelo, a rare defensive blunder, but he does get the out at first. And they're 2 away.
It's been a long time since you saw Marcelo not making a play like that. But he regroups, flies it over to Izzy, and it's okay.
So the Tigers, Skubal, Framber, Flaherty, Verlander, who comes back, and Casey Mize. I think on paper you could easily make the case that Red Sox and Tigers have the best two rotations in the American League.
Yeah, I would say so.
And then their lineup in some order: McGonigal, Glaber, Kerry Carpenter, who's a really good player, Riley Green, Torkelson, Perez, Colt Keith, who kind of came on last year, Dylan Dingler, and Zach McKinstry. 0-1. Swing and a miss. They avoided an all-time epic collapse by clinching the last weekend at Fenway.
Oh, my goodness. People forget that was unbelievable how they were folding. And then, then they came out and all was well after they got that win at Fenway. But you also talk about guys coming up. They have the number 10 prospect in all of baseball, Max Clark. Polarizing young kid. Loves baseball, though.
0-2. Jack swing, did he go? No. Sweeper from Slayton, and it run the count to 1-2.
I don't know if you've seen Max Clark play, but he's all tatted up, obviously. High school kid drafted out of high school, also has a ton of chains and goes out there. So in spring training, he dropped a couple balls. So he caught some heat on social media. How dare you wear all those chains and drop those fly balls?
People can beat it on social media. 1-2. Here's a chopper to second. Marcelo races in gloves and throws to first in time, and Cruz is retired. Max Clark was cut, actually, sent back to minor league camp. A.J. Hinch defended him earlier this week and said, lay off the kid. His talent is through the roof. But if you love social media, just go to the Baseball Isn't Boring site at all times. 3-1 Tigers, bottom 6 next in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey guys, this is Matt Norlander, co-host of the Eye on College Basketball Podcast with Gary Parrish. We are part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network, and College Hoops is turning toward what's going to be a phenomenal March. So be sure you are tuned into the show. We're going to be publishing at least 4 shows every week. Follow and listen to Eye on College Basketball free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. March is coming.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment. Anyway, give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
To Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful JetBlue Park. Red Sox trailing 3-1 heading in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Trevor Story. That's a ball. Red Sox baseball is back. Spring training tickets are on sale now. Grab your seats and see your favorite players before opening day. Get tickets at redsox.com/tickets.
Tanner Colehep, the right-hander, is on, facing Story. Woody Hadeen is out in left field. Thank God for Alvaro Hernandez.
That's our next T-shirt.
And the A and the H have got to be backwards.
Oh.
Although I guess there's no such thing as a backwards A, right? You flip it and it's the same thing, maybe upside down. 1-1 to Story. TS10 takes a strike on the inside corner, and it's 1-2. Al has been so great for us for all these years. Tracking changes. He loves baseball. He loves the Red Sox.
Al also is a valuable resource in explaining the WBC brackets.
Yes, he is. 1-2 is outside. It's so convoluted, all these tiebreakers. He will be pulling for Venezuela at all costs, even against Team USA. Well, 2-2. High drive in a center field. It hangs up, though. That was smashed by Trevor. And it's hung on to by Wenzel Perez. 1 down. Al's story is super inspiring. He moved to the States with very little money to his name. He packed 3 suitcases with his beautiful wife, Tibby, and they really are like the American dream come true. They lived in Minnesota, worked their way through as aerospace engineers at GE after studying so hard to pass interviews and tests for entry into that aerospace program, as Marcelo Meyer takes a slider for strike 1, and it's 0-1. So that sort of kid with Al that he will only be pulling for Venezuela because he's American through and through, as Meyer takes outside a slider that misses 1-1.
Much like Marcelo, he's rooting for the boys.
Which tells you, you know who he's really rooting for. He just wants to be correct when speaking to the media. The 1-1 is a little looper into center field. That's a base hit. That's encouraging for Marcelo. And he's got a 1-out hit. That'll bring up Caleb Durbin, who I'm going to bring out to the pond behind JetBlue to wrestle the alligator after the game.
You got to do that. At least ask him the question.
Well, the problem is I would lose my job because he'd say yes.
Nah, you just say, just kidding. And we have enough security guards around here. Very hardworking people.
Restrain him. 1 on, 1 out for Durbin. Pitch inside. I love all the folks who come down from New England to work the ballpark. Yeah. Security, parking lot attendants. Although, to park where we park every day, you do have to get approval from roughly 74 people.
There is a lot of convincing.
1-0 is instead of throw over to first.
We have a pass, so we'll take people behind the scenes because they care a lot.
Oh, yeah.
We have a parking pass, which allows us to go to the last row of the parking lot. Yeah, as you said.
1-0. Inside and hit him again. It's been a rough day for Caleb Durbin, and he almost just walked toward the mound there. I would not.
No.
If I'm Cole Hep, I wouldn't want Durbin charging at me.
No, I mean, that tricep put a dent in that ball.
Yeah, Garrett Crochet's favorite lats spared there.
Yes, exactly. But we have the pass, and so we have to, as you said, we have to get approval still. A very secure system.
It is secure, and it's like the world's worst game of telephone, where you say it to the first person, they pass it to the second, the third, the fourth, the 72nd. Media! Here's a changeup that misses outside 1-0.
But I got a feeling, though, if you said to Caleb Durbin and just said, okay, Caleb, go wrestle the alligator, he starts running to the alligator, 70 parking lot attendants will descend on the scene.
1-0 is high to Matt Theis, a sinker, and it's 2-0. But seriously, everyone down here in Southwest Florida takes great care of us. It really is. I mean, from Warren, who runs the security at the top of the staircase into the press box, to all the great people who really make this place hum in spring. It's a remarkable thing, the 2-0 pitch misses low. It's a great marriage in some ways, Rob, because people, either they live here or they come down for the season. They get a chance to feel the sunshine, be a part of this amazing spring training machinery.
Yeah, and Sean Smith, who oversees the entire operation.
Here's a 2-0 sinker fouled back to the screen. It's 3-0.
I first met Sean. He's the GM of the Lowell Spinners, and he's come down here and done such a good job. I mean, you see him going all over the place and picking up little bits of trash and making sure that everybody who comes here is going to have a great experience. And believe me, it is not like this everywhere in spring training.
No, it's not, as Theis takes a fastball inside for ball 4. Now the Red Sox have the bases loaded with one out for Izzy Kiner-Falefa. I mean, Brennan Whitley is a great part of everything that goes on down here. And, I mean, it is, like Sean, as you said, he's sort of channeling his inner Larry Lucchino, who the morning that Camden Yards opened up was walking the concourse making sure trash cans were in their perfect positions. Here is Kiner-Falefa. Bases loaded. Pitch is a strike. That was borderline. I'm a little surprised that Izzy did not challenge right there in this kind of a spot.
Yeah, like we said, he said that he wasn't going to challenge until the guys left for the WBC to give them the opportunity, but that was a perfect spot.
0-1 pitch. That's another strike. Now, that one looked better. That was close, but that one did look like a strike, and now it's 0-2. I think this is the perfect example of spots that you probably would challenge in the regular season. 0-2. Here it is. Way outside. No need to challenge there. A sinker. And it's a ball and 2 strikes. Mickey Gasper is out on deck. 3-1 Tigers in the bottom of the 6th. Izzy swings and misses at a changeup way down and away from him. That's a big strikeout for Cole Hep. There are a lot of Tigers fans here today. Every time something goes well for Detroit, there's noticeable roars.
Well, let me ask you this. We talk about this facility, and people who come down and say, are they all like this? I said,
no.
They certainly are not all like this, but it does raise the question, like, is this the best facility? There are some good ones.
I think it's the best in Florida, without question. But it's sort of like the debate that people have whether Wrigley, Fenway, or something like Oracle Park or PNC are better. Base is loaded for Mickey Gasper. Pitch is a high pop-up toward first base. It's going to be playable right behind the bag for Jace Young. He's there to make the play, and the Red Sox leave the bases loaded. More on spring training facilities. There's some great ones in Arizona, too. We'll revisit that after this. We go to the 7th inning. 3-1 Tigers in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey guys, this is Matt Norlander, co-host of the Ion College Basketball Podcast with Gary Parrish. We are part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network, and College Hoops is turning toward what's going to be a phenomenal March. So be sure you are tuned into the show. We're going to be publishing at least 4 shows every week. Follow and listen to Ion College Basketball free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. March is coming.
Hi, I'm retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Travis Mills. In 2012, I was critically injured in Afghanistan, losing portions of all 4 limbs. But thanks to support from people like you, I turned my struggles into strength. At the Travis Mills Foundation, we serve post 9/11 veterans, first responders, and their families. helping them heal, grow, and thrive together. Your donation makes it possible. Visit TravisMillsFoundation.org to give today.
Joint pain shouldn't force you to hit pause on your life with surgery and a long recovery. There's a better non-surgical way. Meet Dr. Christopher Tupper, Medical Director for the QC Kinetics locations in Greater Boston.
And so I think the benefit of regenerative medicine is able to do these less invasive treatments, but also allow patients to continue their daily activities, including returning to work, returning to sports or recreation, while allowing the injuries to sort of heal in the background with what we're doing.
QC Kinetics treats you right in the office using your body's own healing tools redirected into your aching hip, knee, shoulder, or back.
It feels really good to be able to offer something where patients can begin to heal from an injury or improve their condition while still being able to work, to enjoy time with family. I love that we're able to provide that for patients.
For your free consultation, call 617-644-PAIN. That's 617-644-PAIN. 617-644-PAIN.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Back to JetBlue for the seventh inning as Wyatt Olds is the right-handed pitcher in for the Red Sox. A lot of defensive changes for Boston. Vinny Capra is over at third base as Olds, stocky right-handers on the mound. He's set to the belt, he throws, and Young takes a slider top of the zone for a strike. So Vinny Capra is the third baseman. Nick Sogard is in at short. Mikey Romero in at second base. Andrew Monasterio, that's interesting to me, is over there at first base. 0-1 is outside. You talked about his ability over there, Rob, just adding to the toolbox that he can bring to the opening day roster.
He's been good at first base. Really, he's been good everywhere, to be perfectly honest with you. He's had a really, really good spring.
1-1 to Young, the pitch. A little bit low. Cut fastball, 2-1. So Andy Asokar is in center field. So Capra at third, Sogard at short, Romero at second, Monasterio at first with Matt Theis behind the dish. McDonough stays in left, Ward stays in right. 2-1. That's low. Cut fastball, and it's 3-1. You got a new BIB gear fan, Rob.
Man, he looks good in that.
He does. My little son Charlie's in the booth, and he just got a baseball isn't boring hat. He immediately flipped it backwards, and here's more of your brilliant design with Joe Kelly. It's got the BIB logo on the back too. 3-1, swing and a miss, big 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 3-2.
Can I tell him his brain has never been hotter right now? Look at him, like he's already fallen in love with baseball, just staring at your scorecard.
Oh, he's so into the game, it's amazing. Also has a big uppercut swing. He launched one onto our Florida neighbor's roof and into the gutter the other day. As a breaking ball down and in, hits Young on the foot, so he will be aboard, hit by a pitch to begin things in the seventh. That's what baseball is, Rob. I know you learned it from your dad, learned to love it. It's just passed on from generation to generation, and you do so much to bring young people into the game, tell the stories of the new young next generation of players. It's so fun to see the next group fall in love with this game we adore.
Yeah, honestly, I love the fact handing out the stickers or whatever we do. Baseball is so alive and well. I mean, this is one thing that we should understand.
Yeah, so keep it going. Here's Jake Rodgers, the catcher, on the outside corner.
Thanks for breaking up the lockout. Jeez. It's supposed to be earmuffs. We literally aren't supposed to talk about that for another.
But what you're talking about is so right. Look what's happening in the WBC. Look at all the young talent on the field. 0-1. Fouled back to the screen, slider, and it's 0-2.
The weird thing is we talk about with the spring and how awesome everything is down here and all that we get to do. And then we talk about next year, and every once in a while someone will say out of nowhere, yeah, well, it's not going to happen next year because of the lockout. I'm like, don't tell me that. Earmuffs.
Yeah, I agree. Jack Penny is the pinch runner over at first base as Wyatt Olds gets Rodgers to swing and foul one back to the screen. So as I update my defensive alignment, Monasterio at first, Asokar is in center field as Olds on the first base side of the rubber. Ready to go, the 0-2. High pop foul. Don't you think, Rob? I mean, there have been some renaissance times in baseball, but rarely have we had this many truly young superstars. And part of that is just the mechanics of the game, trying to keep your young, controllable talent on the roster early. But, I mean, we saw what Bobby Witt did last night. Just totally insane how remarkable he is, the 0-2. Down and in. Rob, I'm not sure I've ever seen two better plays made by a shortstop in that short of a period.
I mean, he is a special guy. I actually thought we had this conversation a couple of years ago about if you could start a team, who do you start it with? Bobby Witt was in the conversation, man.
And I don't think you could go wrong picking him right now as the 1-2, misses outside 2-2. What's fun about it is that I bet you if you pulled the game, he might be the number one choice, and yet Roman Anthony would get some votes.
He definitely, a year from now, I think would get a lot of votes.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch is high.
But I want to speak to wax poetic a little bit about the growing the game, because, you know, I think that off of this WBC, we're going to have kids see the excitement, and see the enthusiasm, see the drama and everything else. And there will be a smattering of young fans.
Pitch is ripped into left field. That's a base hit over the leap of Capra. And that's going to go to the corner. Rodgers crushed that one. They are going to send the runner home. And that's going to score a run for the Tigers and make it 4-1 Detroit.
What I was going to say is they'll extract more fans from the excitement of what's going on. And there's always something that does that. You have these stories when these kids get older and they say, how did you fall in love with baseball? Maybe it was a WBC. Well, I remember walking through Toronto during the World Series and seeing young kids wear Blue Jays, and that run by the Blue Jays is an example of how you're going to have all of a sudden this wave of new fans in Toronto falling in love with baseball just because of that. It's like Charlie getting this hat.
It is.
This is his moment.
Very exact similarity. Here's Austin Slater, who was an up-and-comer for a long time with the Giants, then on to the Reds and others. He's in to pinch hit. He fouls one off on the right field side, and it's 0-1. Carson Rucker is on to pinch run at second as well. So Rodgers is out. You got Penny, Rucker, and now Slater. It's such a good point, Rob. I mean, baseball's never going to be king in Canada, never. They're always going to be pro-Leafs above all else. But when you have a run with a magical team, like the Blue Jays were, it makes a lot of fans.
I've told this story a bunch. And before Game 6 of the World Series, I'm walking to the park, and I see about 7 or 8 kids playing baseball in a schoolyard, just with unbelievable joy. Like, they weren't going to the game, but they want to get ready for the game.
1-1, strike top of the zone, and it's 1-2.
They were just so excited, and there was a couple of adults there, and said, they were, after we play baseball in this yard, we're going to go, and we're going to have a party, we're going to watch the game at the house. And, you know, if the Blue Jays don't go on the run, they don't have that experience.
Brings cities and countries together. 1-2, swung on a miss, good slider there from Olds. And there at last is the first out in this 7th inning.
And Will, I think that another part of this is what you do, and where people are going to grow up and say, hey, you know what? If the Red Sox have a magical season, I remember that call that Will Fleming had. I remember that call just like I did with Joe Castiglione staring at the ceiling in Freeport, Maine, my cottage. Like, this is like, you remember these calls. You remember these moments.
Here's a ground ball to third. It's handled there by Capra, who looks so good with a glove. He throws to first in time. And they're 2-down. Well, it's such an honor to do it. And I got my first taste of it last year with the playoff run. The Red Sox went through all the big moments, clinching the playoffs, and obviously the Crochet start in New York. It's an incredible thing to be able to tell the story to people and connect with them, and looking forward to many, many more big moments just like it.
I know that Joe probably has talked about this a lot, about what he was thinking when that final out was made, right, for the World Series. Mm-hmm. Have you thought about that?
No. I mean, tangentially maybe, as Wyatt Olds throws to Valencia. This is pinch hitting Eduardo Valencia.
It's like a home run call. Like, you don't want to script it, right?
No. But it has to be organic. You have to just say what's happening in the moment. The one thing that Joe said that I think any of us would do, the 0-1 pitch misses inside, right? I'm never going to write out what I'll say on the final out of any win, of any series, of any playoff win, whatever. I'm never going to do that, not ever. But you'd be crazy to not think that, in 2004, after the Red Sox go up 2-0 and 3-0, that Joe didn't at least start to think about the context of the moment, which is why, he describes the play perfectly. The ground ball to Falk, flips it, and for the first time in 86 years, the Boston Red Sox are the champions of baseball. I mean, that's, you are thinking about that kind of stuff, just the context of it all. 2 balls and a strike from Olds to Valencia. Pitch. Chopper on the right side. Monasterio very nicely backhand slips underhand to the pitcher Olds. More good glove work from Monasterio. And the inning is over. Tigers get another run. Stretch time at Fenway South. 4-1 Detroit on the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When life throws you a curveball, trust Catches Law, New England's hometown law firm. With over 4 decades of success and a local team that truly cares, let Catches Law fight for you. Remember, there's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com to schedule your free consultation today.
When you're looking for a different way to get away, Foxwoods is like no other. Experience an endless entertainment mix, unparalleled dining, including Gordon Ramsay Hell's Kitchen, and tap into a unique energy of excitement and possibility. Book early to save more.
This is how we resort.
Foxwoods.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back, everybody, to the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox trailing 4-1 to the Tigers. The World Baseball Classic has returned on March 4th, featuring MLB stars as they take the field to represent their countries. Visit worldbaseballclassic.com to see every single matchup. Yes, expect everything.
I expect everything from you, Rob.
Including me improvising on that read and saying, here it comes on March 4th.
Here's a pitch to Braden Ward that is a fastball missing inside. Did the Tigers challenge? No, they did not. Fastball, and it's 1-0. Ward squares to bunt, and the pitch misses inside. Fastball inside, and it's 2-0. Alvaro furiously working because the Tigers have made wholesale defensive changes. World Baseball Classic has been riveting. There's no other way to look at it, and it just gets better this weekend. When we get into the quarters and the semifinals, all these juggernauts facing off, it's just going to be remarkable as a splitter to Ward misses high 3-0.
I feel like there's an upset looming somewhere with Team USA. And I'm not saying Team USA can't win, but you have Team Italy tonight. You're potentially going to play Canada.
Here's a pitch that misses high, so Ward, he walks, which means he probably doubles and triples.
Oh, there's no question. It's absolutely no question.
So, let me ask you this, Rob, because tonight I haven't followed it in terms of the tiebreakers and standings, which are like a Rubik's Cube. Has Team USA clinched the top spot out of their group or no?
Al? Yes.
They have. So
yes.
Tonight means nothing. So who cares if they lose to Italy?
Yeah, but for Italy it matters. I mean,
of course. Here he is.
Even if it didn't matter, it matters. So this is...
Tyler McDonough takes a pitch high and outside. Ward did not run that time, and it's 1-0.
I did text Adam Ottavino wishing him good luck last night, and he sent back an emoji, which I didn't know existed, of like the hands, this thing. What do you do that with the hands?
Maron.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
1-0. Here's a pitch that's a strike on the outside corner. I thought it might have been an emoji of bare feet on grass.
Well, it could be. I mean, or an espresso. I don't know.
I loved Ottavino.
So he'll be doing stuff, I believe, for the Yes Network this year. Does a great podcast.
1-1 popped up. I can't believe Ward hadn't tried to steal yet. That's
I know.
3 pitches. He hasn't gone. It's 1-2.
We've only seen one bunt attempt, and he hasn't stolen on 3 pitches. But yeah, Adam Ottavino's started his podcast, Baseball and Coffee, which is...
He and Jamison Tyone can hook up on that. Tyone is like a legendary coffee maker. 1-2. He does run, and here's a line drive into center field. That means that Ward can moonwalk to third. I mean, with a running start, even on a shot to left, no chance to get him. That was cool. A little run and hit, and the Red Sox have him at first and third. So here is the defensive alignment now for the Detroit Tigers. Austin Slater in left, Brett Callahan in center, Corey Julks in right, Woody Hedin at second, Jack Penny. We'll go with that, especially since my little kids aren't in the booth. They would have been dying laughing. And Carson Rucker is at third. Meantime, Eduardo Valencia is at first. They keep you young, little kids do.
They do.
Here's
and old.
No doubt about that. Here is Andrew Monasterio, who slots into the leadoff spot as the first baseman. A slider misses to him, and it's 1-0. Pitch. Instead, a throw over to first, and McDonough back to the first base bag.
Have you done the Disney thing with your kids yet?
No. The thing about it is, I could take Bailey and he'd have the time of his life.
And now he's 7 or 8?
He's 7.
7, yeah.
I just think our youngest is a little too little as a foul back to the screen, 1-1. You spend all this money, all the time planning, all the tickets, everything, and I think just a little early for Charlie to...
Oh, I could tell you. You think it's a good idea until it's not a good idea.
Well, yeah.
We jumped the gun way, way too early on that.
So we're just going to pump the brakes a little bit, even if they do love it, as Monasterio skies one foul behind first base, and a nice running play by Valencia. And Ward tags at third. He comes home to score. Game-changing speed. Tag not in time. Electricity from Braden Ward, and it's 4-2. That's insane.
Everyone comes into these days, Will, saying, oh, did you see what Braden Ward does? You can't expect that he's going to keep doing it. And every single day he's done something where you're walking away and he's going to be part of the recap in terms of things that are highlighted.
There's no doubt about it. Here's Nick Sogard. Pitch high with a fastball up and away. I mean, he just takes your breath away. It's a great play over there at first base by Valencia, but he has no chance to get Ward on a ball that's caught 130 feet from the plate. 1-0 to Sogard. Strike. We will see Nick in the big leagues this year. There's just almost no doubt about that. Injuries will happen. Nick, 30 games roughly the last couple of seasons, and every time he comes up, he contributes. He does positive things for the Red Sox.
He showed he was a major league player last year, right?
No doubt. The 1-1 is lined on the left side, caught. Could be a double play. They throw to first, but I think the throw drew Valencia off the bag. I think the left foot not in touch with that pillow over there. That was a good swing by Sogard. And they're 2 down. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Eagles play here. Catch BC football, basketball, baseball, and hockey on WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Will Fleming, Rob Bradford, Doug Lane, and Alvaro Hernandez here in the booth at JetBlue as Mikey Romero takes a slider that misses outside for ball 1. 4-2 Tigers. Braden Ward is just a human highlight reel on the base paths. Scored on a pop foul behind first base to cut the lead to 2. Pitch. Chopper on the right side. It's handled there by Valencia. Looks good at first base. Inning over. Ward gets the Sox a run. We go to the 8th, 4-2 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
At some health systems, cancer care can make you feel like a number. At South Coast Health Cancer Care, you're more than a diagnosis. We offer the most advanced treatments and the latest surgical advancements, led by a connected team of experts who not only see your cancer, but all of you. Because healing isn't just medicine, it's compassion, it's connection, it's care that knows your story and walks along with you. We are South Coast Health Cancer Care. Visit southcoast.org/cancercare.
If you're in the market for a great deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire for your absolute best deal. Because at Town Fair Tire, you get the guaranteed lowest price on any Toyo tire. Plus, you get free services for life. And we honor all valid Toyo tire rebates. For the absolute best deal on Toyo tires, get to Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Ink Business Unlimited Card. Go from here to possible with a Chase Ink Business Unlimited Card. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
White Olds continues in the game for the Red Sox. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Tigers lead 4-2 and a beautiful slider in there to Hadin for strike one. Woody Hadin. Apparently he's got some family and friends. They just said, let's go, Woody. Here's a foul on the third base side out of play. And it is 0-2. All right, we are going to get you the Roman Anthony audio from last night after his starring performance for the USA team in the World Baseball Classic. 0-2 from Olds to Hadin. Pitch high and outside after this batter. We'll let you hear about Roman and the thought process, the conversation he had with Bryce Harper before he launched that big home run, and just how in awe he is of the entire experience. 1-2. Line drive on 2 hops to the shortstop. Sogard, he throws to first in time. So here's Roman after that mammoth home run and what Bryce Harper told him before the at-bat.
Just telling me what he saw. Just being a great leader, regardless of the outcome for him. He's such a great leader in there. He's an unbelievable role model, somebody that I watched growing up my entire life. So to be in there and to just kind of share these moments with him and learn from him, it's unbelievable.
And Roman has been unbelievable himself. Here is Callahan. Brett Callahan, left-handed hitter. They appeal the check swing. He did not go around, and a cutter from Olds. And it's 1-0. Rob, we were both watching that, and I don't know about you, but, we all have these networks around the game, and I have so many friends, scouts, executives, broadcasters, who are just like an extended family in the game. Here's a foul back to the screen, and there are certain moments that just kind of set the baseball world aflame, and that was one of them where Roman launches that second deck home run deep into right field, and I got 30 texts from people saying, oh, my God, this guy is an absolute freak as the 1-1 pitch is on the corner, 1-2, and he is.
Yeah, you always wonder, okay, he came in with a lot of hype this year after what he did last year, but, okay, it's the first year, maybe it's going to take a step back. I don't think anyone thinks he's going to take a step back, including the Red Sox, who are saying, go get him at the top of the order.
Which I love for him. Eventually, he'll probably slot into the 2 spot, or maybe 3. But for now, it's beautiful up there as the slider's on the outside corner to Callahan. And they're 2 away. I think, Rob, the thing that really stood out, the poise is one thing, the sort of advanced maturity for Roman Anthony. The fact that he just commands the strike zone the way that he does, it just puts him in such a powerful position to get pitches to hammer, and he so often does. This is Zach McDonald pinch hitting from the right side. We're in number 85 without a name on the back, and he takes a fastball for ball 1. But there are just so many things that Roman does that are just not going to slump for him. The 1-0 misses outside. Even if he's not hitting home runs, he's going to get on base and he's going to hit the ball hard.
Yeah, I think what the Red Sox are experiencing, we say, how could this work, right? How could this whole roster, even without the big home run hitter, how could this work? Well, this is how it could work with Roman Anthony and Jaron Duran doing what they're doing.
Well, no question. Contreras is a big home run guy. Story hit 25 a year ago. He could easily duplicate that. Wilyer Abreu, I think the sky is the limit for him. 3 balls, no strikes. 2 down, 4-2 Tigers in the top of the 8th inning. Wyatt Olds throws. Fouled back to the screen. I cannot tell you how much the players, coaches, and front office are looking forward to a day away tomorrow. I mean, this is that time of spring training where they've been here so long. They get up so early. The routine is getting a little dull. They're ready for a little time away. 3-1, outside ball 4.
And for no other reason, just to sleep past 5 o'clock in the morning.
Which will be hard for them as it comes out.
So weird. Everything is turned upside down, but they're going to have to get used to it pretty quick here because the night games are around the corner.
At least the Sox are not starting out west. That really flips your system even worse as Cora takes Olds out. Pitching change time at Fenway South. It is 4-2 Tigers in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is Scott McFarland of McFarland Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarland Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at mcfarlandenergy.com.
Hey guys, it's Courtney. Did you know Verizon Home Internet covers more homes with faster speeds across the country than any other provider? Now you can get award-winning Fios Internet for just $20 a month for 3 years. Switch today and enjoy savings you can count on. Verizon Home Internet consists of Fios and 5G Home. Availability varies. Comparison based on FCC BDS data of home internet providers and download speeds over 50 Mbps. June 2025. Limited time offer for eligible new customers. Fios $20 monthly plan with auto pay, mobile phone plan, Mobile Plus Home, and bonus discount. Enrollment required. 3-year price guarantee applies only to the then current base monthly rate for Fios. Additional terms apply.
Michael Sansone, the left-hander, is on here in the 8th inning. Red Sox trailing the Tigers 4-2. Runner on first after the walk to Zach McDonald. Just a little bit more on Roman Anthony, Rob. I mean, look, what's great about this World Baseball Classic is that the country gets to see what we've seen now for, the better part of a calendar year. And even though these are, in the regular season, enemies of his, and he'll be trying everything he can to blast the Yankees and the Phillies and the Cubs and all these other teams. It is remarkable to see the ease with which he seems to get along with all of the other superstars on that team.
Oh, yeah. I think that they know. I mean, this is sort of the dynamic of the modern baseball team, right? Where it's not like, hey, the 21-year-old, go get us some lunch.
I believe the kids say game recognizes game, and they all do. Here's Sansone, who fires to Nido. Fouls one off on the first base side, and that is out of play. This is Tomas Nido, of course, into the seats. And it's 0-1. They know this kid is special.
The game has gone so young. So when we say 21, this isn't like 21 how it was 10 years ago. 21 nowadays is, all right, we accept that. I mean, I don't accept that he's 21, but
he sure doesn't act like he's 21. 0-1. Here's the pitch outside. We've seen this in waves for decades. Young Red Sox superstars come up, and it's very hard to escape the limelight. It's a passionate fan base that talks in a way and follows in a way that very few others do. 1-1 pitch from Sansone is a cutter that misses outside, and it's 2-1.
I think that we saw this last year with Roman. I mean, once he got going, he was being pulled in a million different directions, and it's not like he hid from anything.
No, he did. Actually, he's very, very available. 2-1, swung on and fouled. He answers all the questions. He does podcasts. He does everything. But I'm with you. That first rodeo, it can be a little bit of a blur, and he handled it totally professionally.
And I think that the Red Sox have guys here, once they get their feet under them, they're going to have some really good personalities.
2-2. Chopper on the left side. The shortstop Sogard has it, a double clutch to first, not in time, a one-hop throw. I thought maybe Capra had the best chance to make that play, but he let it through to Sogard. Nick had a little difficulty getting it out of the glove, and it's an infield hit with 2 outs.
That was a ball between the third and short hole there. In I think Sogard kind of once he fielded the ball, I said, really? Like, you didn't get that one? It's going to be an impossible throw across my body. By the way, Michael Sansone, I love watching him pitch just because he's about Caleb Durbin size, maybe a little taller than Caleb Durbin. But
maybe.
Not much lefty. And the one thing I noticed in the backfields, he is the guy that is using the Yamamoto javelin.
I love that.
Is he really?
Oh, yeah. I actually almost wanted. I came very close to asking him if I could pick it up and throw it today.
So is he going to throw 4 times in the World Series this year, Sandstone?
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's how it absolutely translates exactly the same every single time. But I will say this, Will. Watching Yamamoto prepare, it is fascinating.
Here's a pitch to Penny. Cutter on the outside corner, and that's strike 1. This is Jack Penny.
Being at the World Series, you get a chance to watch him do long toss, for instance. And
yeah. 0-1. Little bit low. That was very close. Might have challenged that one. They won't at this phase, and it's 1-1.
So it's one of a million unique things about Yamamoto, but one thing when he does long toss, I mean, he's doing it from dead center field to the right field line, and he's doing everything like he's pitching 3 feet away.
1-1 is ripped into right field. That is a base hit. Penny is going to bring home at least 1 run. They'll stop the runner at third, and the Tigers have a 6-2 lead. It's not quite Trevor Bauer weird in terms of the warm-up routine, but you're right. When you get the context of the scale of these ballparks and how far these guys are throwing the ball with ease, it is incredible to watch.
Every single throw that Yamamoto makes in – I know that a lot of people know that, but until you see it, I don't think you can really appreciate every single one. It's just meticulous. Every single one.
Here is a high fly ball into left field. Back on it goes Castro at the wall on the run. On the track, he's there to make the play. And the inning is over. More on Yamamoto and his epic performance in the World Series. And the bottom of the 8th after Sweet Caroline right after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
We are pleased to announce that Charter Care Health Partners is now Charter Care Health of Rhode Island. This signals a new day for 2 hospitals that Rhode Island has relied on for decades. Roger Williams Medical Center and Our Lady of Fatima Hospital have returned to local board control and management under a new nonprofit organization, Charter Care Health of Rhode Island. We offer world-class cancer care, 24-hour emergency care, advanced surgery for urology, digestive diseases, and orthopedics, as well as comprehensive behavioral health and rehabilitation care. Our experienced doctors, nurses, and support staff deliver the highest quality care safely, with exceptional compassion and the advantage of community-based care in convenient neighborhood locations and free parking. That's the new Charter Care Health of Rhode Island. We care for you.
1 second, you're enjoying your first day off in forever. Then mid-lunch, your phone buzzes. A window's been broken at home and you're miles away. In 1 second, everything can change. That's why ADT offers security systems with 24/7 monitoring with tech that helps first responders prioritize your emergency. And with the ADT Plus app, you can stay informed and in control of your home from virtually wherever you are. When every second counts, count on ADT. Visit ADT.com to learn more.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Benny Capra, to the sounds of South Florida's version of Sweet Caroline, takes a slider. He misses outside from Jack Little. Ball 1, and here's a drive into left field. Back into his left goes Austin Slater, always been a good defensive outfielder. He drifts back, makes the play. And there's one away. It'll bring up Matt Theis. I mean, Yamamoto entered all-time great postseason World Series heroic territory. We're talking Whitey Ford, Madison Bumgarner, Josh Beckett belongs in that conversation. But what Yamamoto did last year puts him in the all-time annals of World Series performances.
It was amazing. It was incredible.
Here's Theis, who pops up the first pitch, back of home plate. The Tiger catcher looks it over and sees it drift into the seats out of play.
When he walked out to the bullpen, you're thinking, oh, well, this can't happen. He can't possibly pitch after what he did the night before. Not only did he pitch, I mean, he was nails.
John Schneider told me that he looked out there and he saw him wearing the bullpen and he said, "Are you bleeping me?"
Yeah.
Which is hard to... I mean, can you imagine? It's just impossible. The splitter to Theis misses a little bit low. And it's 1-1.
It's funny. Everybody was running on fumes. I mean, Sasaki was running on fumes. Even Ohtani was running on fumes. Everybody. Hoffman.
1-1. Strike. Top of the zone.
And one guy, I think, not to the Yamamoto level, but who really came through was Bassett. Chris Bassett came out of the bullpen and really saved the Blue Jays a little bit.
He's been one of my favorite pitchers in the game for a long time. I think he's truly underrated. The Orioles landed him at the back end of their offseason. They needed to add a starter. They missed out on some big-ticket guys. And, I mean, I don't like anything that improves the Orioles, but I like that move for them as Theis takes a pitch outside, and it's 2-2.
Well, Ryan Ripken and I were playing the fun game of who the fork-in-the-road guys are in the American League East, right? And so the Orioles have a really interesting rotation. He said Shane Baz, that could be a big difference.
I disagree. 2-2 misses high and tight.
You don't think he'll be any? You don't think he'll be good?
I mean, look, that's not the point. As Theis got hit there, it's true that it's possible, but I just think that a guy who has been to the places that he's been with the pitching infrastructure in Tampa, if they're not figuring him out, I have a hard time believing that the light switch is going to go on and he's going to be some game changer. And they gave up a ton to get him.
Oh my goodness, it was so much like you can't turn it down. But in fairness, he is coming off the injury to Tommy John, so
no doubt. Here's a Sokar. He takes a slider for strike one. Look, I mean, if it all clicks, you can dream upon all these arms. There's no doubt about it.
I'm telling you, I say half kidding, but I mean it. I look at guys like Nick Martinez and Steven Matz in Tampa and say, okay, one of those guys are going to have a career year.
It seems to happen down there.
Yeah.
Oh, one misses. I mean, it's... By fork in the road, you mean the guys who could alter the trajectory of one team or the other?
Yes.
1-1. Here's the pitch, and it's a strike. I mean, it seems stupid to say this, but in some ways, Garrett Cole is that guy for the New York Yankees.
That's legit.
Like, does he return to be the dominant ace that he is?
We had talked about who has the best rotation, Tigers, Red Sox, but the Yankees, with Garrett Cole, they could be in that conversation.
Reed and Rodon, here's a 1-2 ground ball to the left side. If they hurry, they can turn 2 to second for 1, over to first, double play, and a Sokar is gone. And so are the Red Sox in the 8th. More on that. It's an interesting debate about the AL East. We'll revisit that when we return. 5-2 Tigers in the Shaws and Star Market. WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
All right, class, tell me about your weekend. Leo?
Well, my sister wanted to go camping, so my parents took us in our new Nissan Pathfinder through a mountain trail.
Thank you, Leo.
No, it's not over yet. My brother wanted to explore some caves, so we drove up a bunch of steep hills. And then we
With its V6 engine and 9-speed automatic transmission, the Nissan Pathfinder can power your adventure. That's why J.D. Power ranks Nissan #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands. The new V6-powered Nissan Pathfinder. For JD Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Hi, I'm retired U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Travis Mills. In 2012, I was critically injured in Afghanistan, losing portions of all 4 limbs. But thanks to support from people like you, I turned my struggles into strength. At the Travis Mills Foundation, we serve post-9/11 veterans, first responders, and their families, helping them heal, grow, and thrive together. Your donation makes it possible. Visit TravisMillsFoundation.org to give today.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cooper Adams, a right-hander, is on for the Red Sox as we go into the 9th inning. 5-2, Tigers lead. Sonny Gray started the game. Aroldis Chapman gave up some loud contact. He is undeterred by that. The pitch to Austin Slater from Cooper Adams is a slider that misses downstairs for ball one.
I tell you what, Cooper Adams came in. I think it was a game at Hammond Stadium, and he was electric. He was really, really good.
1-0 is low. Alex Cora said that there have been some arms that really jumped off the page. We told you that the big 104-mile-an-hour throwing right-hander yesterday is one of those guys. He talked so much about Keller as well as the pitch to Slater misses outside, and that's ball three.
As we said with the 104-mile-an-hour guy, Tyron Guerrero, and he threw to 100 and 101. It's not the same.
Strike on the outside corner.
Cord mentioned it's not the same as Chapman. When he said it's not the same, I mean, Chapman not only throws 100, but he throws 100 with massive amount of spin and all kinds of funkiness. And we've seen 100 get hit.
3-1 misses inside for ball four.
People are hitting 100 more than ever these days. But let's go back to the American League East. Fork in the road guy from Will Fleming.
I really do sort of think that Cole is right there at the top of the list for the New York Yankees. They didn't really do much. I mean, they brought back Bellinger. I mean, that was their big splash move of the offseason.
Trent Grissom took the qualifying offer, right?
He did.
They did get Weathers. Weathers is an interesting guy.
Here is Adams missing with a cutter to Corey Julks. That misses high, ball one.
But I will accept Garrett Cole as your fork in the road participant.
Dylan Cease for the Blue Jays.
Okay.
Because they lost Bassett, who we've been talking about. I mean, to me, that's sort of like a net push in a lot of ways. They lose Bo Bichette. I mean, I don't. They made big moves. The Blue Jays made splashes early, and yet I don't know that it's certain that their roster is better today than it was a year ago.
No, people. It's funny. It was sort of a mirage because they did more early, more big things early. Coming out of the gate with Dylan Cease, you have Okamoto there. You have.
Visit to the mound. Monasterio might have seen something there from Adams. He's trying to calm him down as he can't really find the strike zone right now.
Cody Ponce, another starter that they got.
Brought Scherzer back.
But really, if you line up the off seasons, the Red Sox did more than they did. But you're right about Cease. I mean, they really put their eggs in that basket. They know that they needed that ace to go along with Gausman.
2 balls, no strikes. And, you know, they still, in spite of their remarkable postseason run, the 2-0 pitch is a high drive in a deep left field. This thing is smoked. It is up, and it is over the monster and gone. Corey Julks launches one way out of here, and it is 7-2 Tigers. I mean, look, they brought in Louis Varland, the Blue Jays did last trade deadline, and he was, speaking of World Series and postseason heroes, Louis Varland was phenomenal. Hoffman, Rodgers, they're back into the bullpen, Rob, even in spite of their great run. I still think if you lined it up, I would take Slayton, Whitlock, and Chapman over what they've got at the back end.
Yeah. I mean, Rodgers is a good pitcher.
Very good.
But I think it's definitely, I think if the Red Sox are able to duplicate what they did with Whitlock and Chapman, I would agree.
Here is Valencia, right-handed hitter.
The Orioles, though, you mentioned Shane Baz of the Orioles, but you could pick a bunch of different guys with the Orioles in terms of going one way or the other. They did bring in
1-0 fouled off on the first base side.
You know, obviously bringing in Pete Alonso and Chris Bassett, what that kind of does is it helps develop the culture that, as we said, Craig Albarnez is sort of trying to develop there. But you can't just keep riding with these same young guys.
1-1. Swinging a miss. Well, the new ownership has finally decided to spend some money, which was long overdue with the young core, with Henderson and Westberg. I mean, there are injuries in Orioles camp, though, that really complicate their issues.
Yeah, Jackson Holiday. I mean, that wave of young players that they said, oh, this is going to be the embarrassment of riches. It really hasn't been.
1-2. Did it hit him? Yes, it did. In on the hands. You hope that Eduardo Valencia is okay. Hit him on the left hand there. It's not gone great for Cooper Adams here. But look, Gunnar Henderson has had a spectacular WBC. He is one of the great young players in the game. I think Westberg is right there with him in terms of upside and talent. But, you know, Adley Rutschman seems to kind of up and down, yo-yo, year in, year out. What does that young core really produce for that Baltimore team?
I'll give you a fork in the road guy for Baltimore. The guy who is maybe the best pitcher, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball for the last 3 or 4 months, that's Rodgers.
Yep, Trevor Rodgers. He was incredible.
I don't think it sort of went under the radar because the Orioles weren't that good, but it was just unbelievable how good he was. And if he's that guy, he's a legitimate ace. Then you have Kyle Bradish, who was in the Cy Young, top 10 Cy Young conversation 2 years ago.
You know, one of the fun things, Rob, about the new balanced schedule in baseball, although net, I don't love it, but we get to see every team in the game at least once every year. Here's Hadin, left-handed hitter, as Adams misses low. 7-2 Tigers. Christopher Sanchez, I thought, had the single most dominant start against the Red Sox all year last year with the Phillies. I mean, it was just no one appeared to have any chance at all. But I thought Trevor Rodgers, late in the season when he came back, it was just about as unhittable as anybody we saw all season.
And it was crazy. I mean, the guy was in the minor leagues and it pops up in June and just he dominates out of nowhere. And, of course, that was the guy who they got in the Kyle Stowers trade for the Marlins. Everyone's like, oh, they were ripped off. Well, no more.
Stowers has been a great player down there.
Good trade. And that'll be an interesting one. The first time they were talking about the Marlins all spring. But what Peter Bendix did there was, he takes over and he basically rips the place apart, which is what I bet a lot of GMs would love to do when they take over, but most of them can't.
Especially a floundering team like that, a 1-2 misses outside, 2-2.
Yeah, and we see these teams, and either you have maybe iconic players or whatever it is, but he would just ripped it apart.
They came to Fenway late last year. They look good.
Oh, yeah.
They do a lot of things well. A lot of young, projectable pitching, talent all over the place, 2-2. He is a little bit outside.
I tell you who else will look pretty good coming to Fenway late in the year was the A's.
Mm-hmm.
Their lineup, anyway.
Well, and they have really started to lean in and extend so many of their young players. Soderstrom, the latest, to ink a deal. 3-2, swing and a miss. He got him. Finally did Adams, a cutter, and there's one away. The Red Sox appear to have faint interest in getting another arm in. Somebody is throwing in the bullpen, but for now, this is Adams' inning. I mean, how good is Nick Kurtz? Their young base, the Athletics have built, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I still think that in that division, it's Seattle and everybody else. Seattle had a good offseason.
Active as always as a cutter is swung on and missed.
Brendan Donovan to top things off after getting Naylor back.
Three-way deal. Got Donovan to the Mariners, the 0-1. He was linked all offseason to the Red Sox. Seems like Craig Breslow and Chaim Bloom have one another on speed dial.
Yeah, I got to check out where Hunter Dobbins and Richard Fitz are. I know that Brandon Clark, one of the team players that went over, he had an injury. He's not going to be ready for the beginning of the season.
1-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul. It is pretty clear, Rob, that we are learning about Craig Breslow. I don't know that he has a pure archetype for the kind of pitcher that he likes, but he is unafraid to move guys after seeing them and having them in the organization if he doesn't think they maybe fit the mold or project as guys who would be perfect fits. I think Quinn Priester, Hunter Dobbins, those kinds of guys are in that group. As a ground ball up the middle is off the second base bag, fielded by Sogard, steps on second for one, throws to first in time. Mercy, a double play, and the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the ninth, 7-2. Tigers lead the Sox. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
With the American Express Platinum Card, you can access over $3,500 in annual value with benefits and eligible purchases across travel, entertainment, and more. There's nothing like Platinum. Learn more at americanexpress.com/explore-platinum. Enrollment requirements, monthly, and other limits and terms apply.
I'm Sally Helm with the podcast History This Week. In each episode, we serve as your eyes and ears into history's biggest events. Major elections, world wars, scientific breakthroughs. But we also bring you into the smaller, behind-the-scenes stories. the unsung heroes, secret meetings, even personal grudges that changed the course of history. Listen to and follow History This Week, an Odyssey podcast in partnership with the History Channel. Available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Drive away in a 2026 Subaru Forester with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing for up to 36 months or lease for as low as $249 per month for 36 months with $42.48 due at signing. The 2026 Forester delivers Subaru's trusted mix of versatility, capability, and safety for peace of mind on every journey. Or enjoy all you love about the Forester in the fuel-efficient Forester Hybrid. Buy the 2026 Forester with as low as 0.9% financing or lease as low as $249 per month. For complete details and to find your authorized Subaru retailer, visit SubaruofNewEngland.com.
There's a lot to love about you.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Trevin Michael is the new pitcher for the Detroit Tigers, who leads 7-2. Mickey Gasper leads it off. In the bottom of the ninth inning, Will Fleming, Rob Bradford, thanks for hanging with us today. Time is called at the last minute. Are you kidding me? I mean, that was the most violent pitch clock violation call I've ever seen in my life. John Tumpane acted like there was a bomb threat at JetBlue Park. He went skipping to his left, waving his hands at the last minute. I mean, the pitcher claimed that he might have had a pitch comm issue, but Tumpane was having none of it. Mickey Gasper is ahead 1-0.
John Tumpane is locked in from get-go. Like you said, before pitch one, he was simulating balls and strikes.
That was crazy. He's probably had 5-hour energies with you all day.
Oh, my goodness. These are long days.
By the way, speaking of the Mariners, did you see Cal Raleigh and Randy Arozarena last night?
Yeah, you know, it was frustrating a little, not for you because you speak Spanish, but, you know, you see these social media clips and it's like Randy Arozarena goes off on Cal Raleigh and you just have the video. I'm like, well, what did he say?
He said, go F yourself.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Thank you for the translation.
Yeah. He said, Cal Raleigh has good parents, but go F yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, incredible because he tried. Arozarena, for those who didn't see it, I mean, he and Cal Raleigh, teammates with the Mariners, as Gasper waits for the 1-0 that misses down and outside, and it's 2-0. Arozarena tried to shake Cal Raleigh's hand before he batted for the first time. They're teammates with the Mariners, and Raleigh said, no, sir.
And we had an instance like that early in the WBC.
Here's a high fly foul down the left field side, not a play.
Where it was the Australian hitter, I believe, and I can't remember the nationality of the catcher. Yeah. But the catcher refused to shake the hand, and later you find out he just didn't want to get this pine tar on his hand, which, okay, that's fine. But this had nothing to do with that.
2-1, high and outside. Look, Cal Raleigh, a New Hampshire guy, wonderful player. We're not storming the beaches of Normandy.
No.
Like, you can shake your teammate's hand, for God's sake. Don't you think?
Well, that's the next level part about it. His teammate.
They're going to be together for the next 7 months. 3-1. Strike on the inside corner. Like, truly, do you think that Christian Vasquez and Roman Anthony in a U.S.-Puerto Rico matchup would ever not just give each other a little fist bump?
I mean, it almost feels like a WWE situation, right?
A little extra drama. The 3-2 to Gasper again, pop foul on the third base side. Look, I'm all for these guys having so much pride in the jersey and in the flag and in the country. All of that is great. That seemed to be a little extreme.
Oh,
and it seems like there's probably more to that.
Yeah, well, yes. And clearly Randy Arozarena, who you would think you hear about all the Latin American teams and how enthusiastic and how passionate they are, and Team USA is the vanilla team, right? They're just like, whatever. But it's just the other way around.
So a fun challenge for Dan Wilson back in Scottsdale in a week or so as Gasper fouls another one off on the third base side. I couldn't believe that. That was so great.
I mean, there's been a lot. You can think whatever you want in the WBC, but in the matter of a week, There's been so many storylines and things that are happening, and it's crazy.
It's been great for baseball. They're trying to get in the spotlight again, which I absolutely love. And again, John Tumpane calls a pitch clock violation like he is Rowdy Piper, and that is ball 4 to Mickey Gasper.
Rowdy Piper pitch clock violation movements. I did not have them on my bingo card.
He was the Undertaker there. I'm supposed to give the Shaw's corned beef read, which I already did, so I will give Shaw's a little love. And they make grocery shopping easy. Order online or on the app, and they'll have your groceries ready for you, curbside or delivered to your door. Visit shaws.com or starmarket.com.
Well, a week from today.
Corned beef. We'll be wearing green.
I'll be wearing green at WBC.
Irish Coffee's in the booth, 1-0. Pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen off the bat of Alan Castro, and it's 1-1. I do hope that in the next iteration they can find a way to do what hockey and all these other sports have done. Do it in the All-Star break. Condense it in a 10-day window. Pause the sport and put all the eyes of the world on that WBC.
Well, we're going to be tested with that with the Olympics. And that's one of the things that keep coming up. And Tarek Skubal even said it. He said, hey, listen, I feel bad that I'm leaving, but I'll be first in line at the Olympics. We'll see how that works out.
2-1. Pitch. Fouled back. Look, these guys, you have to understand this. The modern athlete has so much money, has access to everything they could ever want. They want for nothing. And yet there's something different and special about the allure of playing for your country. And I think the ball players watched the last WBC. They watched the Olympic hockey this year, and they thought, you know what? I need a piece of that. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 7-2 Tigers in the bottom of the ninth. Runner aboard with nobody out. The pitch is pop foul on the third base side. Now to play.
Yeah, I think that it's the big one of the big winners here is the Olympics. You know, it really is.
Well, yeah, if Skubal is saying he's in.
Yeah. I think that if you didn't have this dynamic.
2-2. Castro pops one high and deep into right field. But it is going to hang up for the right fielder, Corey Julks. He's there to make the play. And there's one out in the bottom of the ninth.
Would you have any desire to go to the Olympics? Or have you been maybe been to the Olympics?
I don't know. I would love to go to the Olympics.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, you've been?
No, I've not.
Oh, I thought you said you've been.
I would go.
I know that Rich Hill, our good friend Rich Hill, went to the Olympics this year in Italy.
How about the run the Winter Olympics are on? It's in Milan Cortina in Italy, and then next it's in Nice, France. Not bad.
Really? Oh, no, that's not bad.
Here's a swing and a foul off the bat of Fermin, new hitter for the Red Sox.
Morphing with our golf talk from yesterday, if I was going to do a destination, a planned well-out destination, I'm looking at the Open.
I love it. 0-1 pitch is a strike to Anderson Fermin.
My daughter lived in Scotland for the last year, and we went over to St. Andrews. I'm like, I could get my head around this.
It's the best thing you can ever do. Scotland, Ireland, English golf, beautiful stuff. The 1-1 pitch is a strike at the top of the zone. Royal Birkdale in England this summer.
Ooh.
I think golf needs to recalibrate their calendar. They moved the PGA to be the second major after the Masters in May to try to get away from the NFL as Fermin takes a pitch outside and it's 2-2. It shortens the major season too much so that what was once the British Open, now called the Open Championship, is the last golf major, and then you're without a big tournament for 7 weeks of the season. 2-2. Swing and a foul on the first base side.
Well, it's going to be an embarrassment of riches when it comes to athletic events, right? Because you have the great game of baseball, you have the great game of golf, as you just mentioned, and you have the World Cup, which is, you talk about the WBC, I mean...
No kidding. Well, they're trying to make it like that. I don't think that'll ever...
No, it will never...
...approach it. 2-2 misses high.
But they've done a good job at sort of representing it, a little taste of it anyway.
They have.
But, boy, you want tickets? World Cup? Good luck with that.
Remortgage your house. 3-2. One out, bottom 9, the pitch to Fermin. Outside ball for a couple of walks here in the inning. You know, the Red Sox are in Seattle the day that the United States men's national team in the World Cup plays Australia that night across the street at the home of the Seattle Seahawks.
Hotel rates are very, very low.
Luckily, Mark Cacciatore, the great travel staff, they locked them in a long time ago.
Did they really? Oh, thinking ahead.
If you don't think that Alex Cora and a lot of these players are going to be in that stadium for that World Cup game, you're not paying attention. They will be there. Here's a pitch to Andrew Monasterio, fastball outside. Ball 1.
Well, we have a breakfast at the winter meetings every year and with a manager, and I had 2 questions for Alex Cora. Number 1, who was going to be in the best shape of their life? And he yells across the room.
1-0 pitch, inside.
Christian Campbell, so good enough. But secondly, I said, hey, can you score me some World Cup tickets for the Scotland match?
Mm-hmm.
Because, as I said, my daughter and my son-in-law have become in love with Scotland. Well,
they're there for the first time, in 40 years? The 2-0 pitch is fouled back.
Yeah, and I might be able to get them to see the Scottish bus, fly by or something like that.
It is crazy. I mean, all the issues facing sports. I mean, FIFA, the amount of stuff going on there, and the ticket prices are unreachable for the overwhelming majority. It's supposed to be the people's game. Here's a high fly ball off the bat of Monasterio into left. He's there to make the catch. He's the Tigers left fielder, and there are 2 down. Red Sox down to their last out. It should be approachable. It should be achievable for a regular fan to go to a World Cup match, and right now it just simply is not. And now a 2-out pitching change in the 9th inning for the Tigers. They've seen enough of Michael. 7-2 to the bullpen. The Tigers go. We'll tell you who's coming on right after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Looking to get rid of all of the junk after the snow melts? Look no further than E.L. Harvey. The team at E.L. Harvey are the waste management experts in Boston and throughout Massachusetts, with their partner companies with waste and recycling options for everyone, from homeowners to businesses and contractors. They are committed to keeping our beautiful community clean and green. Visit elharvey.com to schedule a dumpster rental now. For all of your waste and recycling needs, visit elharvey.com. That's elharvey.com.
There's a lot to love about. There's a lot to love about you.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid have to offer, like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for as low as $249 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. Every Sunday, the Patriots fight for New England on the field. And every day, Catches Law fights for New Englanders off the field. For over 40 years, we've been more than attorneys. We've been neighbors, parents, fans, and friends. We've fought for hardworking families, injured workers, and people who simply need someone in their corner. That's why the Patriots named us their official law firm. Because when it comes to standing up for our community, Catches Law shows up every day.
Welcome back, everybody. We are 1 out away from this game ending with the Red Sox trailing Detroit Tigers 7-2 with 2 outs in the 9th. And we have, I'm going to mispronounce this name, Yosber Sanchez. Did I get it right, Al? It's Yosber. All right, here we go. Yosber Sanchez comes on to close things out for the Tigers. The rare pitching change with 2 outs in the 9th. And like we said, Detroit Tigers leading the Red Sox 7-2. With all that stands between the Tigers and a victory here at JetBlue Park, Nick Sogard at the plate with a runners on first and second.
Yosper Sanchez fires, and Sogard probably would have gotten fined had he not swung at the first pitch. He fouls it off into the seats on the third base side, out of play, and it's 0-1. You know, Sogard to me, Rob, is a guy that strikes me so much as such a valuable, versatile piece for this roster, and yet also a guy who, if he were on half the other teams in the big leagues, would play every day.
Yeah. Still 2 more options for Nick.
Life of a ball player. The 0-1 pitch is a high fly foul out of play on the third base side, and the Red Sox are down to their last strike. Of course, that's all part of the ongoing negotiations between owners and the union about how to get guys more freedom, more flexibility to control their careers earlier. No balls, 2 strikes. 7-2 Tigers, 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. Sanchez throws, and Sogard takes a ball. That was very close. Slider, and it's 1-2.
We didn't even squeeze in. Did we talk about Sonny Gray's tree-loving talk? How he loves trees and his least favorite tree, which is very important.
I'm very happy we avoided that today. 1-2 to Sogard.
Sonny Gray's least favorite tree
is a high fastball. Up and away is
the Bradford pear.
That's so fitting.
Congratulations.
I like eating a good Bradford pear.
I knew you would love that.
What a coincidence.
He said, do you have a favorite tree? He's like, no, but I have a least favorite. It's the Bradford pear.
2-2 is a high pop-up into shallow right field. Down the line, back on it goes the second baseman. He waves everybody off, loses his cap, and makes the play, and the ball game is over. Red Sox lose it 7-2 to the Tigers here on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Sonny Gray was good. Red Sox will move on, turn the page, enjoy their off day tomorrow. We'll talk to you Thursday, but first, back some final thoughts from JetBlue after this in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Think Boston sports talk is something only local fans can enjoy? Think again.
Jones and Keefe bring you hearty laughs, the hot takes, and the hometown energy that makes Boston sports fun to follow from wherever you are. Follow and listen to Jones and Keefe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
High five! Up top! Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Yeah! It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99 point...
But I am not stopping. For a limited time, now through March 29th, switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees.
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. If your home or business has a clogged drain, call the name trusted by the pros. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Massachusetts. To join New England's most experienced team, go online to johnsewer.com to apply today.
The name to know when the drains don't flow. John Sewer, we get the job done.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Red Sox lose today to the Tigers 7-2, but as is so often the case this time of year, nobody cares. It was about Sonny Gray today, Rob, and 4 times up and down on the mound, and he did what Sonny does this time of year. He tweaked, he mixed and matched. He did everything he wanted to on the mound, I thought. And you know, I thought he showed command of a lot of different pitches.
Yeah, I think that we haven't got a chance, or we're just being introduced to Sonny Gray, right, in the Red Sox uniform. And we're starting to get to see him pitch more and more and more and more and creeping toward real games. And what we saw today was closer to what we're going to see from Sonny Gray, mixing and masking with pitches. His stuff was good. You look at the hitter's reactions. I thought that was pretty encouraging. So it was just like one fly ball that got caught up in the air, and that was it. One bad thing, but I think it was pretty good.
You know, the other thing that we keep talking about now, 16 steals in spring training for Braden Ward. We're at a place now. We keep talking about September and October is the time for him. I'm starting to change my tune a little bit, Rob, because they have so much depth. Right? This is a sign of a deep team, a good team. It's going to be hard. Guys like Nick Sogard and others are battling for those 25th, 26th spots on the roster. I'm getting to a place now, Rob, where I think that if you have a need at any point, at any time in the season, Braden Ward could be a guy who could come up and give you an instant jolt.
Yeah, even if you're looking down and saying, oh, well, he's hitting 230. Well, you know how he can impact a major league game. Yeah. I think that's the biggest difference, is that he doesn't have to come in and get a bunch of hits or whatever it is. And yeah, you're not going to carry a pinch runner on your roster all the time. But to your point, if you need some help for a fifth outfielder, why not? Why not? It serves more of a purpose than a guy sitting on the bench as a fifth outfielder.
Totally agreed. Chapman gave up a little loud contact today, but he will not be bothered by that at all. Overall, have you seen anything at all from Chapman this spring that looks different or that you're worried about?
I can't tell, man. His velocity is close enough to 100. Yes. It's okay. Yeah, he's the ultimate. You just don't know till you get there. Same thing. We weren't expecting the year that he had last year off of spring training. He had a decent spring training, but really we won't know till we get there. But I think the encouraging sign, Will, is that there's nothing to suggest that he can't come close to repeating what he did last year.
So you got USA and Italy tonight, final group play match game of the WBC. You think a little extra juice for Roman Anthony against the motherland?
Oh, yeah. Well, how about them? I mean, forget about Roman Anthony versus them. The team that he turned his back on. Said, I'll wait. I don't want to play for you. But, wait. You want the USA? What? Okay. So, yeah, the big Roman Anthony revenge game and also the return of Adam Ottavino versus his old team. Team USA. A lot of storylines, and of course, Greg Weissert playing for Team Italy as well.
I think it's worked out well for both sides, both the U.S. and for Roman Anthony. The Red Sox are off tomorrow, and then Thursday they're across the way in Minnesota. Connolly Early is going to take the mound for the Red Sox. 105 start at Hammond Stadium. We'll see. Oviedo's been pitching well, but he's got an outside chance. No matter what, Connolly Early is going to be a big part of this roster this year, and it's fun to watch him pitch in a couple of days.
It's been a lot of fun watching him pitch. You look at his last outing up in Lakeland. It was against Verlander. It was really impressive. Got up to 96 miles an hour using all his pitches. Looked like a major league starter.
Don't you think Connolly has a chance to be you talk about fork in the road guys? I swear, I think Connolly Early has a chance to be a breakout star of this season.
Yeah, but I don't think that he's going to start with a major league team.
No, I don't either. Yeah, but don't you think in the future he could really make huge starts?
And listen, I mean, like when I say you might not start with a major league team, that doesn't mean a whole lot. I was talking to Caleb Durbin about his year last year when he finished third in the Rookie of the Year balloting, and he didn't make the major league team. So, yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you. He's shown that he can be a legit top-level major league pitcher.
Enjoy the Wings tonight. Enjoy the off day tomorrow, Rob.
Don't forget. Ask Caleb Durbin about wrestling the alligator.
We'll see about that.
Okay. All right. It's
going to be fun. We're going to be here at the ballpark with Caleb.
They just turned on the water. They just turned on sprinklers.
Yeah, they got to get it ready for the Lee County Health folks here. Izzy, and we'll also have Nick Sogard. Should be fun. All right, Rob, thanks.
Thanks, Will. See you.
All right, for Doug Lane, Alvaro Hernandez, Rob Bradford, and Joe Braverman back at the studio at EEI. Will Fleming saying so long from JetBlue. Red Sox fall today, but back at it Thursday in Minnesota. We'll talk to you then on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to Red Sox Spring Training on the WEEI Shaws Star Market Red Sox Network.
This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
What's cracking? Welcome back. I am Jim Rome, and we are into hour number 204. We get the first 3 hours, then we have the after hour. If you want to hit me up on the phones, go ahead and do so right now. You've got that number. It's toll-free. Use it. If you want to get to the X platform and hit me up there, do that. If you want to email me, do that. I'm not hard to find. But first things first, with professional-grade products for every industry, Grainger has you covered. CarClickGrainger.com, or just stop on by. We are joined right now by an NFL linebacker who played the last 8 seasons for the Indianapolis Colts. He was sent to the Green Bay Packers on Saturday. He was a Pro Bowler in 2024 and a second-team All-Pro when he led the league in tackles. He set the Colts' single-season record for tackles with 179 in 2023. He led the team with 125 tackles last season, including 7 for loss and a couple of sacks. I am talking about Zaire Franklin. Zaire, always good to run you down. What's good, my dude? How you feeling?
Jim, good to have. Thank you for having me. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Dude, I don't know about you, but given how many times you and I have done this, it felt a little strange to introduce you as a member of the Packers. Did it feel a little strange to hear that? And how have you been processing this since it all went down?
I definitely feel like, it's definitely the changing of our identity to an extent. Got my start in Indianapolis, signed multiple deals there. Had my daughter there, was there for a long time. But, this is the business. I'm really looking forward to this next chapter with the Green Bay Packers. I mean, just a world-class, #1 rate organization. I get a chance to go out there tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to just getting out there, learning everybody, and helping this team win a championship.
All right, so I hear what you're saying. Sounds to me like you've already moved on and turned the page. I want to ask you this, though. In January, Colts GM Chris Ballard said he was focused on getting, quote, younger and faster on defense. Mm-hmm. When you heard that, did you think he might be talking about you, or were you surprised when you were traded?
I consider myself one of the faster guys on the defense, so I didn't think he was talking about me. I can't get younger. I can't do that, but when I heard it, you take it for what it is. Obviously, with a disappointing year, changes was going to be made. Unfortunately, they looked at, us as we were the changes that had to be made. So it's a part of it. Like I said, I don't take it personal. It's just business. I know the type of player that I am and, what I bring to an organization and what I bring to a locker room. So I was confident in that and knew that even if my days in Indianapolis would end, that there would be ample opportunity elsewhere.
It's really interesting because I've always thought to myself, guys, I've done this a long time. You and I have talked for a long time. Business is business, and the NFL is like the most ruthless business. We know that. Mm-hmm. And people always say, well, I don't take it personally. How can you not, man? Is it not personal? Is everything not personal?
Yeah, you know what it is, though, Jim? Me, the way I came in this league as a 7th rounder, I had to earn my way on this roster, in my mind, every single year. So it was not new. This ain't, honestly, the first time the coach tried to get me out the building, to be honest with you. I'm used to earning my keep. I'm looking forward to going into a new organization, a new locker room, and, earning my space, earning their respect, and, showing them why I am one of the best linebackers in this league. So I'm looking forward to the new opportunity.
Zaire Franklin joining us. All right, so you find out you're going to be dealt. What about when you find out that it's to Green Bay? What goes through your mind when you find out, all right, I'm a member of the Packers now?
First things first, a lot of respect for the head coach, Coach LaFleur. Obviously, we've played against him, competed against him, knowing he's a sharp mind at quarterback. To me, that's what it all ends up. When you're a player who's been through what I've been through in this league, you want to go somewhere where the quarterback, and Jordan Love is definitely the type of quarterback I want to play with. And then absolutely a pass rusher like Micah Parsons is going to make everybody's life a little bit better out there in Wisconsin. So, I'm looking forward to it, looking forward to, meeting the guys. Me and Jordan's already hit me, talked to a couple of the head coaches, met to the head coach, a couple of the coaches already. Jonathan Gannon, playing in that system, playing with his defense. Obviously, me and JG was together in Indianapolis, so we're pretty close. We kept up even when he was the head coach for Arizona. So, like I said, I'm looking forward to going there, helping lead that defense, and just being a person to help them move them forward to bring a championship back to Green Bay.
Zaire Franklin joining us. Dude, you beat me to it. I was going to ask you about JG. Jonathan Gannon is the D coordinator right there, so you know him. He knows you. You know that scheme. For those who may not know, how do you feel about that fit, your aggressive style and skill set, and how it aligns with his scheme?
Yeah, I feel like, this past season was my first time playing in a scheme like I did. I never in my life had I ever played in, just kind of more of like a scheme it up, type of scheme of the week type of thing. JG, we kind of speak a lot of the same language. Obviously, he's from a system which I had a lot of success in. I'm able to play fast, get to my spot, play with my eyes, and make break on the ball, and hit the ball, and that's the type of game that I like to play. He texts me, and we going back and forth about just how we see it, and the DNA that he's going to build his defense with. So I'm just really looking forward to getting back in there with him. I know the type of fire that he's got, and the type of passion that he coaches with, and I'm looking forward to bringing that and leading his troops. So
Zaire Franklin joining us. You mentioned Micah. Micah's coming off that ACL. Have you heard from him?
No. Like I said, me and Micah met in passing a few times, but we're going to spend ample amount of time together this upcoming season. Obviously, a lot of respect for his game and what he's able to do in this league. So when you out there on defense, you're just looking for the dog. So just know Green Bay got a dog coming.
I was just going to say, you posted that. Green Bay's got a dog coming, and you were looking for a jersey swap. What about Green Bay, man? How much do you know about Wisconsin? How much do you know about the state, the team in Green Bay? I mean, I have a little bit of background now because we sent our son to the University of Wisconsin. I've actually got a house. We have a house in the Northwoods, man. It's a great place. Wisconsin is a great place, and they know their ball. How much do you know about them?
Man, I'm just looking forward to going to an organization that, with that much, is historic. It's a historic organization, first-class fan base, maybe the best fans in sports. Not even maybe they will be. You know, we definitely going to turn up and have a great time. But, you know, the history of Green Bay, you know, speaks for itself. You know, I consider myself a football historian. You know, I remember watching, you know, the Football Life about the first Super Bowl, and even growing up in Philly, watching the battles that the Eagles had with the Green Bay teams, from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. Just knowing the type of history and the standard that they have. They have a true championship Super Bowl pedigree that they hold, you know, their players and their organization to. And I'm looking forward to not only continuing those traditions, but living up to that standard. So I'm just going to, you know, go out there and do my best to not, you know, just be part of the guys. You know, can't wait to meet my teammates, but definitely looking forward to this opportunity.
You're talking to Zaire Franklin. So what's it like? Like, you've been such a huge presence in that Indy locker room for so long. You go to a new locker room right now. I mean, dude, you're not one of those blend-in guys, right? You're a big personality. You lead from the front. Do you try to blend in, or how do you approach leadership now in a new locker room?
Man, you know, every year, trust me, Jim, like every year when I went into Indianapolis, I truly felt like I had to earn my spot. Earn my spot not only as a linebacker on the team, but also as a leader to stand in the middle of that huddle. And, you know, doing so just meant building relationships with everybody on that team. Obviously, like you said, I was in that Indianapolis building for a long time. So I got to know pretty much every single person in that building. And, you know, while they're a part of my story, I'm looking forward to, you know, getting to know everybody in the Green Bay organization. Because I truly believe that, you know, it takes everybody in the building to help go get a championship. So, you know, it starts with being humble, understanding that, you know, we're all at zero. It's a new year, whatever you did in the past, whether that's last year or before that, it really doesn't matter. We all got to earn our keep based off of what we do. So I'm just looking forward to earning their trust, you know, and just being a great teammate, because that's really my favorite part of the game.
You know, I love that you got that day one mentality. Before you go, help me with this. Sarah, like you just said, I felt like every single year, even in Indy, I had to re-earn that spot. I had to re-earn that kind of respect in the locker room. I mean, dude, I get that maybe you were a 7th-round draft pick. I get that maybe somebody might have hit you with a label early on. But, dude, you did get to a point where you were a Pro Bowler and a second-team All-Pro, and you set the team record for tackles, and you were a guy that he obviously had proven your worth in yourself. So what was that mindset? Why did you feel like you had to do it every single year and start over and keep proving yourself? I mean, you never arrived. Did you ever feel like you arrived?
No, I mean, the moment you feel like you arrived, you did. You know, I've got great mentors. You know, I got great people not only, you know, in the building, but in my life, you know, that keep me anchored. You know, shout out to my wife who holds me down. She's looking forward to coming to Green Bay as well. But, you know, truly, it's just something that I truly believe, you know. I feel like, you know, the things that we have accomplished in the past, you know, it's obviously you want to build on those things, you know, getting the All-Pro, being a Pro Bowler, leading the league and all that other stuff is cool. But, you know, that's last year. You know, that's in the past. Every year you got to come in and earn it from the very beginning. And I honestly feel like, you know, my leadership style is very authentic. Like you said, you know, maybe that was me being humble. I know I'm not going to blend in, but, you know, I'm going to go out there and just be myself. And I feel like, you know, when you start from the bottom and you understand, you know, what it takes. I've lived a lot of lives in this league, so I just understand the different roles that come with it and how everybody's important. So that's just kind of my mentality when I come in, man. I don't come in with any ego. I don't come in with any prejudice. You know, I'm trying to learn them the same way they're trying to learn me. And I feel like the only way we're going to win is to win together. So I'm just trying to bring everybody together.
All right, so leave me with this thought. You got a new chapter. Do you enter this new chapter with gratitude, or maybe with a chip on your shoulder, or is the answer yes?
Yes, period. The chip on my shoulder never leaves. Is as big as it's ever been. You know, I love Indy, so there's never any issues from the past. But we're looking forward to building bigger and better for the future. So.
Zaire Franklin joining us, member of the Green Bay Packers. I like that. I like the way, and I saw the message you left for them online. Clearly, dude, there's no bad blood, right? And if there is, you're doing a